Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
In today's world, everyone has a platform, but few have a voice that truly resonates. Standing out isn't just optional, it's imperative for survival. Through years of guiding industry leaders, I've discovered what truly sets exceptional professionals apart. Today, I'm sharing a framework that's transforming careers and opening doors to unprecedented opportunities. Your digital footprint is more than just a resume. It's your stage for thought leadership. Think of your online presence as a beacon of expertise. Every post, every comment, every share should demonstrate not just what you know, but how you think. Engage with content, speak at conferences, and let your digital authority shine. Forget collecting connections. Focus on cultivating relationships that matter. It's not about how many people you know. It's about the depth and quality of those connections. Engage in meaningful professional interactions, participate in collaborative meetings, and form strategic partnerships that can propel your career forward. Your journey is unique, and your story should be too. Share not just your successes, but your insights. Your audience craves authenticity, not perfection. Create engaging content, watch your engagement metrics rise, and see how your audience reacts to your genuine storytelling. In an era of uncertainty, trust is your greatest currency. Build it through consistency, maintain it through transparency, and grow it through results. Engage in professional interactions, hold client meetings, and celebrate successes to reinforce trust with your audience. The only constant is change. Make it your competitive advantage. Stay ahead by staying curious. Your greatest asset is your ability to adapt and grow. Embrace learning moments, develop new skills, and celebrate achievements as you evolve. These aren't just strategies, they're the building blocks of a legacy that will open doors and shape industries. In 2025's hyper-connected world, your personal brand isn't just what you project. It's the bridge between your potential and your impact. Ready to transform your professional narrative? Visit 5starbdm.com and schedule your strategy session today.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. Okay. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at KMG Fashion Superstore.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello and good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ivana Farrar. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker, Tandra Price. Our first speaker is Tandra Price. Dr. Tandra A. Price is a global networking strategist, communications expert, and award-winning international keynote speaker. With over 30 years of entrepreneurship experience, she trains individuals, corporations, and business owners worldwide on communication strategies that help to build relationships, establish rapport, and cultivate mutual trust and respect. Tandra coaches corporate leaders and employees to live, learn, and lead with stronger collaborative skills and greater creativity.
Hello. How are you? Thank you so much. I appreciate that amazing introduction. Listen, genius is common. Listen, I guess we'll see each other on the other side, right?
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here and to talk with you about my favorite topic, which is mastering the art of communication. I'm going to dive into this topic real quick and just, like I said, it's one of my favorite topics. I love it. It's something that, it's a necessity that we all need in our business. I know a lot of times we look at networking so totally different, but I'm going to kind of just give you a little different way of how if we do it right and effectively, then it can master great results to come. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am an esteemed international speaker. I'm a renowned two-time best-selling author, and I am the owner and founder of Tapped In Magazine, which is a global publication where we have over 700,000 online distribution channels, and we have been helping major entrepreneurs amplify their voice and to tell their story. I'm so excited to be here, like I said, again with you today, here and to share this amazing information with you. We are actually going to talk about a few things about mastering the art of communication. And there's so many different areas of mastering the art of communication, but let me tell you here real quickly. I'm going to go to my computer here, and we're going to be able to talk about 5 different ways. First, we're going to talk about how to start a conversation, what to do after we start that conversation. I get the question asked all the time, like, what are some of the different things that you do when it comes to starting a conversation? So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about different ways of following up, our process when it comes to following up. A lot of times people say, oh, networking really doesn't work for me. But, there's also just a process of when we're actually putting this all together. Like, what are some of the key things that we need to do when it looks like we need to be able to effectively put our network together? Then we're going to talk about one of the most platforms that is hardly ever used. Well, I don't want to say hardly ever used, but is not used as much as it should be, which is LinkedIn. We're going to talk about that. And then we're going to wrap it all up and kind of talk about how do we make this thing work with putting our global resources together. A lot of times we think about, when it comes to networking, there's so many global aspects of networking that we can use. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. But I also like to just kind of start at the very beginning of what networking really is. It's like, a lot of times we think that we invest in a lot of different other things in our business, but sometimes we have to step back and think about the investment of what it takes to generate new clients and to build those relationships. I always like to start off with networking as an investment in your business, and it takes time, but when it's done correctly and effectively, it can yield so many major results to come. Networking, what I'm going to talk about, can be, simplified for anyone, whether you're a seasoned person who's been networking for many, many years, or a person who's just kind of getting started, or even a person who has a challenge when it comes to, starting conversations. The strategies that I'm going to share with you, they have been proven and tested, and we've done some amazing things with helping entrepreneurs just like yourself be able to master these amazing skills. We're going to also kind of dive into the 5 keys. Again, like I said, what is the best way to start a conversation? People ask me all the time, when do you network? I'm called the networking ninja. They say, when do you network? I'm going to show you some strategies of how it comes to networking, because networking is done 24/7. We're going to, again, create an action plan. And then we're going to talk about the other 2, which is a follow-up. So let's jump into this. There's 4 effective ways to effectively communicate. Step 1 is going to be, we always have to be clear and concise of our message. We have to make sure that whatever message that we're sending out, that we know what it is that we're trying to say to our prospects. A lot of times we get into conversations, and I don't know if you probably ever had this incident before, but maybe get into a conversation where people were just talking and talking and talking, and you don't have a clear understanding of what they're even asking for or what the product is. Step 2, we want to make sure that we're always asking in our presentation and making sure that we're clear and concise what it is that we really want. Again, that goes back to that conversation where people were just really talking all the time, or they're just, they're just saying a lot of stuff, but I'm not really clear, 1, what your product is, 2, what it is that you're asking of me, and then 3, how do we describe the products and services that makes it so irresistible, that we have to show the value of the product. If I'm a consumer and I'm looking to purchase your products and services, what value does that bring to me? Why do I need it? And the last step is, we got to make sure that after we show the value of the product, what would be like if you don't have my product? A lot of times we get into situations where we'll be telling people about different products. We'll tell them about our product, what amazing things our product is, but maybe we may miss one of those 4 steps. So we want to make sure, in order to have that effective communication, that we are going through those actually 4 steps. Some of us are masters at it. I mean, we can tell a person what our product is. We can be clear and concise. We can tell them exactly what we want. We can give them the value of that product. And then at the end, which is what we call that close statement, we wrap it up and tell them, this is why you really need our product. This is what's going to change your business. And that's a part about effective communication. So I get all the time, different places of, when do you network? Before I get into that, I'm going to tell you some places that effectively is where you can network. Now, I always like to say it's showtime when it comes to networking, because anytime that you're putting your information out into the World Wide Web, or anytime, even if you're just talking to someone, we're actually performing. And I always call it showtime. So anytime we're putting out a message, we want to make sure that we're putting it out to our best ability. But here's some platforms that we probably already use. You probably use some. I know I use them like pretty much all day, daily within my prospecting. But here's some places or platforms that is where effective communication is really where you have to be those 4 steps: clear, concise, make sure you know what you want, the value, and what it brings. But 1 is email. We use email all the time. 2 is Slack. It's a new, it's not really a new platform, but Slack is a really good popular program where you can actually do a lot of communication. You have Microsoft Teams if you're in a corporation, or just in your own team itself. You could be able to send a clear and effective message. Zoom is one thing that we always use because we get that face-to-face interaction, but it's a platform where we're actually sending out a message, or we're talking to people. Again, we're acting, we're performing, especially with Zoom, because anytime you're doing an in-person, face-to-face conversation, it is where we have to show up. Skype is another platform that's out there that sometimes is hardly ever used. WhatsApp, if you're trying to go international, which is a great way, because, as we know, business happens 24/7. Even though we're sleeping, business is still going on around the world. Google Meets is another good platform. Facebook Messenger. Twitter is one of those social media platforms that gives you so much information, where you can share, get all the updates, engage with public conversations. It can do a lot for you. Streamline via chat messaging app is where you're actually taking your information from Facebook. If somebody, message you or wanted to talk to you, you could take them off of Facebook and put them into your messaging app. Team chat. LinkedIn message, I like that because LinkedIn message is where you could really get more one-on-one into a conversation. And then of course, Instagram is one of our social media platforms, and Facebook as well, because we know that a lot of times, depending on, some people get a lot of their communication through Facebook, they get it through other social media platforms, but we want to make sure that these are just some platforms that are commonly used when it comes to mastering the art of communication. It helps you to optimize your communication and expand your reach and build a lasting relationship. We have to think about, these are some platforms that you can use when it comes to mastering the art of communication. Let's dive in real quickly when it's talking about initiating the conversation. I'm going to give you like 6 effective approaches that are mastered and they work. A lot of times we use these approaches and we don't even really realize we're using them. But if you kind of stop, take a second and just kind of look how we're communicating, you'll see that you use some of these very same things when it comes to communication. So we want to talk about introduction. A lot of times when we introduce ourselves, or even if we're at a networking event, we want to make sure that we give that firm handshake when we're actually introducing ourselves. If you're not and you're just seeing people from across the way, you want to make sure that you give that eye contact. Direct eye contact is so good. We always want to ask questions. When we talk about initiating a conversation, sometimes just when people smile is the opening of a conversation, but then we have to keep the conversation going, right? So we want to make sure that we ask questions. Think about your questions. Sometimes think about it beforehand. Sometimes you could be like in a grocery store, you could be shopping, and you could always look at your environment, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but look at your environment and just kind of drum up a question to ask. It helps to initiate a conversation. It helps, I call it the bounce back feel, because once you ask a question, it bounce back another question. You ask a question, and bounce back another question. So I call it the bounce back feel. The third one is a compliment, making sure that you give a genuine compliment. I mean, I love multiple different things, and I love shoes for one, but I'm always talking about, the different things when it comes to giving a person a genuine compliment, because people love it when you talk about them. The fourth one is you want to always ask people questions and opinion. Now, this is a good one because people love to talk, okay? They love to talk, and they love for you to give get their opinion or their advice on something. So anytime that you can generate that, whether it's at a networking event or a social gathering, or even if you're just like out and about on your regular day, these are different ways that you can start a conversation. The goal is, remember, every day we at least need to meet 5 new people. And you can do it using this particular strategy. Humor. I always have something humor, kind of a bland joke. I always keep a humor joke in my pocket, especially. It's kind of like an icebreaker for me when I go to networking events, because I want to make sure that people can feel my energy. A lot of times people says, well, how do you get into all these conversations? Because people feel your energy when you come into the room or when you walk into the room. And if you have that positive energy, that electrifying energy, people will then want to gravitate to you. So I always have a humor joke in my pocket because it allows me to break the ice. And I'll always look at my observations around me. A best way to start a conversation is always checking out your environment around you. You can never go wrong with having a conversation with your environment. So these are some proven strategies that, like I said, that have worked and they've been working. We want to jump into some places. Now, I gave you some platforms, but now let's talk about some places of where, you can really utilize these skills, right? These 6 skills that I've shared with you. So you can do these at conferences or conventions. You can do it at professional association meetings, trade shows, business networking meetings. I go to a lot of different networking events virtually and online. Like we got our event coming up, which is the LinkedIn Networking Conference. We have that event coming up in Houston, Texas on May the 30th and 31st, and a great place to be able to network. What about alumni gatherings, chamber events? Chamber, that's their main course. Make sure that you're networking and mingling and engaging with some of the businesses that are part of their group, but also just community businesses in your community. Meetup groups, workshops, seminars, career fairs is the best place to network and to find people for your company, because guess what? They're all looking for either the same common goal, but they're looking to see what's out there, how they can advance their career, what other new trending things are going on. Volunteering, Toastmasters and public speaking, social clubs, recreational, online networking platforms, community event and charity events. These are a lot of different events that places that you can network, especially a charity event. because they are talking money. So if they're talking money at a charity event, great way to figure out kind of how you can be able to mingle and collaborate with them. Another big thing is benefit of networking. I always have to talk about this because people feel like, listen, networking isn't for me, but it really is. Anytime that you are talking to someone else, I always like to call it showtime, because you're performing, you are putting yourself in a situation to where now you're the center of attention, right? And they're looking at you. So you want to make sure that, you know, you master that skill. But when you do it, there's so many good benefits that come with networking. It helps you to establish connections. It helps you to have an ongoing relationship with someone, but it helps you to just, you know, be able to incorporate it into your daily routine, that where you actually reaching out to someone. Remember, I said the goal is 5 people that you want to connect with each day, 5 new people that you want to connect with. But let me tell you the benefits. Even when you have your existing clients, you still want to be able to follow up with them and build that relationship. That's a benefit of networking, because once you do, they become your walking billboard. When you do, you don't have to network as much, but it helps you to increase your visibility. The more you network, the more that you get out there, the more that you're featured in Tapped In magazine, the more that you are seen, heard, and noticed. It helps you to increase your visibility, and it gives you the benefit of networking, because now people want to get connected with you. Collaborations is the second benefit. Like, you are able to collaborate because now people are seeing you. You're building partnerships, joint ventures, you're expanding your reach. So now you can see what other events and things are going on out there that you can collaborate with. The benefit of networking, it gives you so much access to resources. A lot of times we think, listen, I'm not the person that thinks I know everything. I'm always open to learning something new every day. And by networking, it gives you that benefit. It gives you that access to resources to know what's going on, and it just helps your business grow. The fourth thing of a benefit of networking, it gives you brand awareness. It helps you to promote your brand. Again, being featured in Tapped In magazine, being visible in different arenas, being at the LinkedIn networking conference gives you opportunities to be able to build your brand. It also gives you access to decision makers. I don't know if you've ever had an opportunity, or if you've seen or someone that you wanted to connect with, or you wanted to do business with, but you know what we got that thing that's called a gatekeeper. We can never get past that gatekeeper. But when you put yourself out there, you become more visible and more accessible. And networking does that for you. You get access to those businesses, those decision makers. You no longer have to go through the gatekeeper. And then it gives you industry trends. We don't know everything that's going on out there. There's so many different things. It was the other day I found about a new app that I didn't even know about that's existing, and that a lot of people are getting so much great benefit for. And I can share that with you in our networking bootcamp. But it gives you information about trending industry trends. But overall, the benefit of networking, it just helps your business grow. It really, really helps your business grow. I get asked a lot of times, that they don't. I come across people that don't have clients or don't have people that they feel like they can reach out to. Every day we have somebody we can reach out to. Every day. And we're going to show you more about that when you come up to the Linked Up Networking Conference in Houston, Texas, or even our boot camp. But there's so many different ways that you can help, that we can help you strategize and be able to get more clients on a daily basis. So once we've done all of that, listen, we've initiated the conversation. We found places that we can network at. Now, guess what? We got to put all that good energy into an action plan. And that action plan is going to help you to be able to keep building those relationships. So I'm going to share with you a few strategies that we do and that has been working good with our team and a lot of people that we've been coaching. The very first thing you want to do in your action plan is to set a goal. I tell people every time you go to a networking event, have a goal in mind. Stay focused on the goal. A lot of times we have so much interruption and so much noise over here that we kind of get off our task. But when you go into a networking event, you want to make sure that you have a goal, because when you get there, you want to make sure that you are getting the use of the event that you're at. So make sure that you have a goal, whether it's, getting so many number of contacts, you're trying to meet people, or even if you're just going for a social gathering, make sure that you stay on that goal. 2, do research. it is so important that you do research. A lot of people say, hey, networking doesn't work for me because sometimes you're not in the right place at the right time. So make sure that you're doing a lot of research on your event that you're going to. And make sure that once that research is done, listen, anytime that there's an event going on, they normally have a Facebook group. Dive into that group. Find out who the presenters are, the hosts are. Find out who's even been attending those events. Go into the networking event. I always like to say 3, prepare your introduction. Now, that is not a pitch introduction. No, that's something that's going to make you so memorable to the person that you're actually meeting. A lot of times we get into want to sell ourselves or, put our information out there, but people sometimes do not listen to that because they don't know who you are. So make yourself memorable. Remember, I told back a few things that you need to do when you actually go to a networking event, but make yourself memorable. I cannot stress this enough. Practice networking skills. Practice your networking skills. That is not like going through a networking book. Let me tell you, the very basic skill, important skill that you need to practice when you get ready to go and network is listening. Yep, just listen. A lot of times we have our own hidden agenda, so we kind of get off track of listening to the prospect because we got to find out if our products and services even work for them. We could be the best referral source that will lead us to more clients because we gave that referral. So we have to practice our networking skill, and the very basic, simple one is just listening. And make sure when you go to any networking event or if you give out information that all your digital information is current. Okay. A lot of times you only get that 30-second shot or 1-second shot to meet someone. Make sure that your information is current. And if you go to a networking event, bring all essential materials. Don't ask, you know what? I went to a networking event and a person asked me, could they use my phone charger? We want to make sure that we're prepared, that we're ready to do business. Make sure that you have all the essential materials, business cards, phone charge, all that good stuff, laptop, whatever you need. Make sure that you have it there. And then also make sure, again, I keep saying the famous 5, 5, 5. Make sure that you connect with 5 people at the networking event, because if you go to a networking event and you don't connect with at least 5 people, it's kind of almost like it's a waste of your time. And again, join any of those Facebook groups. I cannot mention that the Facebook groups are where you can now initiate those conversations. You can really meet the first 5 people within the networking group, in the Facebook group. And then when you get to the event, it won't seem as awkward. Some people, when they get to a networking event, they feel awkward because they're in a room with people who they really don't know. But this allows you to start getting to know some of the people that's going to be there, getting some information about some of those people, because 9 times out of 10, they're doing the same thing. They're joining the Facebook group. The next thing we want to talk about is that follow-up plan. Remember, we got, after all of this, we can't leave it on the table. We got to do a follow-up plan. So I'm going to share with you this follow-up plan that's been really effective, and it's been working with a lot of people that we've been coaching. The very first thing after you meet somebody, schedule a meeting. When you're doing that talking and you're making yourself more memorable, just say, hey, what's the best way to connect with you? Are you more on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn? So then you'll know how to connect with them. You want to connect with them on all social media, but you want to connect with them where they're at. So schedule a meeting within 48 hours. 24 to 48 hours. If anything after that, not to say that you still don't schedule the meeting, but more, if you haven't made yourself more memorable, you're going to be forgotten about within 24 to 48 hours because life just happened. Things are happening. They're going to go over to the next event. Connect with them on all social media platforms, whatever that is. Even if they're hang out on Facebook, still connect with them on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, because you still want to make sure that you're genuinely engaging with them. Make sure that you have a CRM system, because once you actually put that information into your handy dandy phone that we have, then it should go connect right to your CRM system. So therefore, now you can start sharing relevant resources with them, stuff that kind of pertains to not really their business, but maybe something in the field of their business. They're just you're showing them that, listen, I heard you. I understand what you're saying. And listen, I don't know if you've ever seen this or if you're aware of this, but I just wanted to share it with you. The fifth thing is you want to stay engaged. A lot of times we kind of disconnect after we leave the event, but you want to stay engaged with them. Again, the very first thing I said, ask them what's a good way to connect with them. But then I said, connect with them all on social media. They will tell you everything about them on social media. And you have to stay engaged with them. Birthdays, anniversaries, if they have a special event coming up or they're getting ready to do something, you can now start engaging with them. and they'll see that, okay, they're really kind of wanting to know more about me or really connect with them. That makes them feel good, because people sometimes will just, a heart or do an emoji. Please don't do that. Generally give a comment or concern or something on there. And then I want you to set a calendar reminder. Listen, even though that I asked you to do it within 24 to 48 hours, you want to do it again. Okay. So even though you said that, you want to do it, 7 days later, you want to set up another calendar reminder, just to follow up. Hey, we had a meeting, great, Then you want to do it 2 weeks later, because again, you wanting to stay engaged. You want to stay visible, because clients, what happens is they buy in emotions. But if you don't stay in front of them, they're going to do business with someone else who is staying in front of them, who has the same business as you. So you want to make sure that you're staying in front of them. After that 2 weeks, then you want to go back again to 7 days, and then you want to put them on a 30-day rotation. You just want to keep them top of mind. You want to stay top of mind with your clients at all times. So here's real quickly, if you're going to a networking event, I'm just going to run through these real quick, some types of effective communicators that are at networking events. Here's what happens. You go into a networking room, do a 365 panoramic view of the room, okay? Because you want to see what's going on. There's so much going on, but you want to know kind of where do I go at? What kind of communicators are happening in the room? And what kind of communicator am I? A lot of times we don't even know what kind of communicator that we are. But what happens is, once you understand what type of communication, because there's different styles of type of communicators, that's where the impact happens. That's where the effective communication is known. That's how you leverage your strengths and the strengths of the other people that you're trying to build relationships with. You're creating opportunities that's going to help inspire those other people. But in the same sense, you're going to get that same information. So real quickly, I'm going to run through a couple of these. When you go to a networking event, or just think, not even really a networking event, anytime that you're communicating, just think about this. And then you see where you put yourself at. So listen, relationship builders. Some people are just relationship builders only. They're wanting to build relationships. When you come into an event, they're excited that you're there. They want to introduce you to other people. These are people that are really genuine, wanting to build relationships with you or help you to build relationships. Then we have the social butterfly person, who is the loudest probably in the room, having the greatest time, but they're still a connector, because they're still trying to connect you with other people, or they're trying to get connected. Then you have just the experts. These are people who go to networking events. They don't have any intention, on networking. They're just going to share their information because they're the expert in whatever their field is. Okay. Then you have the FOMO. These are the people, I like to call it FOMO, because they're fear of missing out. They're going to be the people that's going to tell you every networking event that's happening. Okay. Or they can think of that's happening. They're like, are you going here? Are you going there? This is another event. They're kind of that person again, even in the social butterfly. And you can mix these up too as communicators, but they're always don't want to miss out. So they're going to be at every event, and they just kind of got it in their Rolodex. Then you have the buffet eaters. Okay. These are people to just listen. I didn't work all day. This is a networking event. I'm tired. I'm going to go just for a socialize, but I'm just going for food. Okay, so these are type of communicators that you have, and you're only going to be able to talk to them at the buffet line. And they're always going to be at the back of the line. They're never going to be at the front of the line, because they're going to get all the juicy conversation. It's going to hit the end of the line. So you have to go there. Then you have some collaborators. I know this is kind of crazy, but you got collaborators, people that just go for collaborations. Listen, I have a conference coming up. It's called the Linked Up Networking Conferences in Houston, Texas, May the 30th and 31st. I went to some networking events and say, hey, listen, I'm looking to collaborate with you. If you have anybody who can come to this event, we'll be more than happy to share and connect them as being relationship builders, connect them with some other people who may be of some interest into their industry. Then you have the digital networkers. These are people that go to a networking event, you see them on their phone. They'll be just doing this on their phone, because the only way you're going to be able to talk to them is on a social media platform. They're not going to exchange business cards with you. They're not going to speak with you. I mean, they'll talk with you, but they're not going to talk business with you. It all has to be done on the digital network. And then you have the innovators. These are people who are looking for the newest and latest thing that's going on. They're more trendsetters. They're wanting to bring fresh ideas to the table. They're looking for something. But listen, once you master the type of communicator you are, and when you go into a networking room and you look at all these communicators, and you can tell by their body language, which another thing we talk about in our linked boot camp and our networking boot camp, we talk about how you do the different types of communication. How do you know who that person is? And you can always tell by the body language. But by identifying your own networking and honoring these, it makes you such a significant impact when it comes to your business, but also building business relationships with other people. We just want to think about that. Now, I talked about one of the platforms that is kind of underly used because people used to think that this platform was just for businesses. If I'm looking for a job, I'm only going to LinkedIn because LinkedIn is where it's at to find a job, which is so solely true. It was, but now LinkedIn has, different components to it, just like Facebook, different algorithms, all that good stuff. But it is used for entrepreneurship as well. It's used for you to help find leads. It's used for you to help make relationships and connections. The platform has over 810 million users on it, and it's free. It's a free platform that has those decision makers, those people who you can get past the gatekeeper with. Those are the people who you wanted to look. These people on LinkedIn, they're looking for you. Like Dr. Kelly say, who's looking for? What you're looking for is looking for you. These are the same people that are on LinkedIn that are doing that same thing. So we want to make sure that we pay, that we really look at that and figure out how LinkedIn can be a part of this whole thing that we're doing. It is a huge, huge platform that is underly used. But we want to talk about like LinkedIn because it is like when you go there, it is your first impression. A lot of times they say, first impressions are counts for everything. That's the same thing when it comes to LinkedIn. So when you go to LinkedIn or when somebody pulls up your LinkedIn, and you can go to mine, which is tiered price. You want to make sure that your banner matches what you do. Please don't have a LinkedIn banner please don't have a LinkedIn account and don't have a banner to it. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, you need to get a LinkedIn account. Okay. A lot of times people say, oh, I'm on LinkedIn, but I don't really use it like I used to, or I don't really use it like, I did it because it was another social media. You are missing out on a lot of leads. So you want to make sure that you do the LinkedIn part as well. Make sure that your profile matches what you do. A lot of times we get in there and you have 5, 6 different things. We want to stick to one thing. The second thing is called upsell. Okay, we want to stick to one thing. We don't want to be like all over the place because, again, you have some potential people that are looking on that account and you don't want to get them confused. Remember, be clear and concise. Your message needs to be clear and concise of what you're doing so people don't get confused. Make sure that it's cleaned up. Now, one thing I have noticed about LinkedIn, and we teach a lot of LinkedIn at our networking bootcamp, is that it has changed its format. So some of the things, if you go back to an old file many years ago, they had it differently, but now they're moving up the scale, things that are important that a lot of people are looking for because it was a while back. It was like, listen, we have to go through all this stuff before we can get to the juice, to the meat of the person who we really want to connect with. But now once all the SEOs and all that stuff is coming up, now you can be able to filter it out just a little bit quicker because they've moved everything up. So take a look at your profile, your picture, your circle, your profile picture. And now they even got it to where, you can do a personal message, like a quick, 10, 15 second message so people can get to connect with you. In that picture, make sure that your picture is welcoming. Make sure that it's not a lot of stuff, clutter and stuff behind you, because what happens is when they see, remember, first impressions is everything. So when they see your picture, you want to be like smiling, professional. Listen, I want to connect with you. That's what you want that picture to look like. You can connect with them. So make sure you think about that. Make sure that when you actually have your information, when you go further down into LinkedIn, that you are putting in the job description. Yes, if you're employed, put your job description in there. If you're an entrepreneur, put some results that you have done for a client. I mean, put some of those things in there. So when people are doing those SEOs and those key words and phrases are coming up, they're going to pull that up, but they're going to see what you're doing. And make sure that in your description, don't put the whole full story there. Give them just a little blurb in your summary about your bio. Just put a little bit of blurb in there because ultimately you want the phone call, right? You want people to call you, pick up the phone and call you. That's what you ultimately want to happen. So you want to make sure that you get all of that information in there. You want to make sure that you're using the spot too, where you can put your videos and, if you got a book you're trying to sell, put that in there. Like if you've been featured in Tapped In magazine, you want to make sure that you have your cover there. You want to have your link there to where they can read your story and your article. You want to be able to use that as a promotion. I don't know if you've ever been on other different platforms, but LinkedIn is where you can put all your website information there. You could put your videos, that if you've been out doing different things, you can put your latest and most important information that posts that you've done. You can even do newsletters. You can do so much with LinkedIn that keeps you relevant in that span. So we want to make sure that we do that. Also, you want to talk about volunteer servicing. You want to make sure that is definitely updated, because we want to get to know who you are. Remember that know, like, and trust factor. We want to get to know who you are. What are some of the causes that you're passionate about, that helps fuel what you do? Because as entrepreneurs, one of our goals is to be able to give back. We need to give back into our community, and that allows us to see who you are, what you do, and how you can be of service, or how people can be of service. Maybe they can't, maybe it's not a good business connect, but because of what you do, you start to build that relationship up, because now they see that you have some passion about other things. Make sure that all of that, your posting stays the same. Like I said, I could talk about this forever, because this is like a favorite topic of mine, but I want to leave you with this. You can connect with me at TapIn, that's TAPIN magazine.org. And we have our upcoming conference. If you yourself, or if you're in the Houston area, anybody in the Houston area, have them come out to our Link Up Networking Conference. It's May the 30th and 31st. It's free to attend. Did I say that? Free to attend. Is at the North Center, what they call the Houston City Center in Houston. Come out. Again, you can go to TapIn magazine.org and get more information.
Thank you so much, Dr. Price. That information was so helpful, like especially for entrepreneurs. A lot of time as entrepreneurs, we feel stuck and we don't know which way to go, but like that networking is key. Like even looking for jobs as an entrepreneur, networking is, and that's how most people get in. They knew somebody or met somebody. So thank you so much for that valuable information.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Genius is comment, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate the scholarship to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Each Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Live. Hey everybody, how's it going? It's always great when we get an opportunity to do something great. And today we're going to be doing something great with a young man. You know, he's going to be an architect, one of our future leaders of the world. Young man by the name of Christian Thomas. He's going to do an outstanding job. Of course, this is the Black Business Expo ceremony. My mom, say a few words to the young man as we give him the laptop, as we give laptop computers and up to $1,000.
Hi, Christian. We take great pride in giving you this laptop that you have earned.
And of course, if you're out there and you're a young man or young lady who wants a laptop computer and some scholarship dollars, go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa. I'm the guy, Eric Kelly III. This is Frances Cagle. She is the co-founder. Make sure you go there if you want to get a scholarship. And one of the things that we continue to say, the Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you the next time.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rut race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all y'all, all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ivana Farrar, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business networking showcase, showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Jerry Smith. Jerry Smith is a 39-year radio and television veteran whose voice and leadership have shaped numerous music formats from classic rock and top 40 to gospel, urban AC, and hip hop. Throughout his illustrious career, Jerry has received numerous accolades, including the prestigious NAB Marconi Award, the Gospel Truth Magazine National Program Director of the Year, and the BRE Magazine Drummer Award. Under his leadership, the Light 103.9 FM won the Stellar Award for Medium Market Station of the Year and was a consistent finalist for several years. In 2020, Jerry launched JAS Consulting and Entertainment and became the CEO of the digital streaming station Favor 97.3, which earned a Stellar Award nomination and won the Spin Award for Internet Radio Station of the Year. He served as chair of the St. Jude Radio Cares Advisory Board and in 2021 received the President's Lifetime Achievement Award from President Joe Biden. Today, Jerry continues inspiring future generations as a motivational speaker focused on youth empowerment, education, and following dreams. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome. And thank you for that kind introduction. You make me seem like a rock star. I appreciate it. Certainly, I give honor to God for my being here and the opportunity to share some nuggets with you today. I want to send a big shout out to Dr. Eric Kelly III for this opportunity. He's doing something near and dear to my heart, and that's empowering the youth to just encourage them and provide finances for them to further their future. We know that it takes a community to just help us progress, help us move forward, help us to reach our destiny, our purpose, and just go on to do great things. So I'm really passionate about this. And you heard in my introduction about how I like to empower the youth. And that's something that's really, really important to me, because I know when I was a young man, there were people that sowed, I call them seeds of success, to encourage me to do the right thing when I came to those crossroad moments in my life where I could either go down the wrong path or humble myself and do the right thing and go down the right path. And by God's grace, I chose to go down the right path. And when you get older and you look over your life and you realize that you made wise choices, and that's what has led to your success. And so certainly I don't forget my humble beginnings and where I came from, and all those people who sowed seeds of success so that I could be here in front of you today on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Expo USA, encouraging you to make a donation, $ BBX USA. Anything that you can give would be a blessing to sow in to these young men and women. So today I thought I would take the opportunity to share some nuggets with you all in terms of helping you to get music played. So on radio, if you have any family members that are in the music industry, or any friends, or some people who are really gifted, talented, and want to know the secret of success to get their music played on the radio, please share this link with them, encourage them to tune in. And while you do that, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about me. I've got to update my resume, but right now I'm celebrating my 40th anniversary as a professional radio broadcaster. This August, just a few months away, will be 41 years. I'm originally from Connecticut, Danbury, Connecticut, right on the New York state line, about an hour from New York City. As a little kid, I grew up listening to WBLS in New York and fell in love with the chief rocker, Frankie Crocker. And he was the person that I emulated and kind of wanted to be like on the radio. And believe it or not, at 12 years old, people said I would never be on the radio. I would never do radio. That's when God put that dream, that vision, that desire to do radio in my heart. And when people were telling me that I couldn't do it, I didn't understand why, because I knew I was going to be doing radio one day. And sure enough, 7 years later, I was doing it in college on Central Connecticut State University's radio station. And, in 94, I started doing it professionally. Mr. Jim McManus gave me that opportunity at WBZQ. They kicked me out a year and a half later. They said I outgrew them. And my journey just began on that first radio station. That was a gospel radio station, a little daytime 500-watt radio station, to working in adult contemporary, playing Barbra Streisand, Neil Sedaka, Barry Manilow, you name it, to play in classic rock, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Peter Frampton, Yes, The Who, and other Genesis and just other rock groups, to R&B and hip hop. So I've got a great background in radio. I've learned from some of the top minds in radio, and that's where the bulk of my career comes from. In 2020, I was laid off from the company that I worked with due to COVID-19. They laid off 300 plus employees, and I was one of the casualties. And so that's when I had to pivot and launch my own business and truly became an entrepreneur, JAS Consulting and Entertainment, doing everything that I've done for other people for myself. The only thing that I didn't do at that time was help people to get their music played on the radio. It was the opposite. Actually, people solicited my radio station to play their music. And so when people asked me if I would represent their record label or their artist, I said no immediately because I knew how difficult it was. And I'm like, no, I've been on the other side of the desk. That's tough. But they stayed on me. I gave it a shot. And God has blessed me to have a lot of success in that space. 10 top 30 charting Billboard songs. Of that 10, 3 of them #1. I just celebrated my third #1 in April, the middle of April. Ernest Pugh, Don't Give Up, a Black Smoke music recording artist. Prior to that, Marette Brown Clark, I See Good. That was in 2024. And in 2023, Marcus Jordan, and I Can. And my business just continues to grow. I pinch myself, not only with the success and the results that I'm getting my clients, but just, these high level artists and the record labels choosing JAS Consulting and Entertainment to service them to radio. Also, I have a streaming internet radio station, Favor 97.3, that continues to do well, an award-winning radio station. So I still have my hands in programming as well as helping artists to get their music played. All right, did you contact some people and tell them to tune in? I sure hope so, because these nuggets really are valuable. And knowledge is power. Navigating the business of radio and records is very difficult. As an outsider looking in, you have this mindset of what it takes to get your music played. And quite honestly, most people are way off base because they don't realize that commercial radio is a business. Commercial radio is in the business of selling airtime to make money. So when they sell that airtime in increments of 3 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 60 seconds, that's their product. Just like some people may sell automobiles, a cleaning service, accounting, whatever. That's what the product of radio is air. And they sell that in those increments that I just mentioned to help people to get the word out about their products, their goods, and their services. So most radio stations that operate on a commercial level, very, professional stations, the content that they add to those airwaves, right? They want to put, I call it ear candy, but a listener friendly product on the air to get people to listen for long periods of time and to get a lot of people to listen. If you get a lot of people to listen, then more ears are on the advertiser's products, goods, and services. If you can get them to listen for long periods of time, then they hear those messages over and over again. Advertisers want to bang for their buck. So they're going to spend their tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, on the stations that have the most ears or people that listen for the longest. So how does that apply to music, Jerry? Well, if you put good product on the radio, on the airwaves, then generally your radio station is a good product. All right. It's a quality product. It's something that people love to tune in because there are literally hundreds of radio stations out there. So what's going to separate your radio station from the rest of them? Why should people listen to your radio station? Well, if you put a good product on the radio, you put good music, then chances are your radio station is going to be successful and get good ratings. And in turn, the sales staff that nobody sees, that nobody even knows about, will monetize that radio station, because the program director, who is in charge of directing the program and selecting the content for that radio station, the music, will put a good product on the air. All right. Now that brings me back to getting your music played. You didn't even know that, did you? I just taught you some new nuggets right there, because most people think radio is a play toy. I make some music, so what? It doesn't sound that good. That's my neighborhood radio station, and they're going to play my music, right? Because I put something on a CD or I put something on an MP3 file. Wrong. And a lot of people think that way. All right. The program directors that are successful for a reason, not just putting anything on their airwaves, but putting quality music on their airwaves. All right. Did you contact some family and friends and tell them to tune in so that they can get this priceless information that I'm going to share? I'm giving it to you free. I consult artists. This information that I'm giving you, I consult artists, and they pay me to teach them, to guide them, to be that insider. I'm the insider as opposed to an outsider looking in. And I hope you are sharing this link so that they can tune in. Now, before I get into my presentation here, you can find me several ways. JerrySmith03.com. That's the JAS Consulting and Entertainment website. I couldn't use JAS Consulting and Entertainment because there's another, I think, accounting firm that uses that as well. So I had to be creative to get my business out there. JerrySmith03.com. It'll show you all the things that my company does. And my email address is the letter J, Smith03 radio@gmail.com. jsmith03radio@gmail.com. And my phone number is 919-395-4905. 919-395-4905. If I don't answer it, it's because your name or the person's name didn't pop up in my caller ID, but if they leave a message, I will call them back. I get so much spam mail. It's calls. It is just crazy, family. All right. So let's talk about best practices to get your music played on the radio. 101. These nuggets are priceless. They're going to help you to get your music played on the radio. Aren't you excited for hundreds of thousands of people to hear your music or your family member or your friend's music? Isn't that great? All right. Oh, yeah. One important thing before I continue. Again, I want to remind you and encourage you to sow into these young men and women, future entrepreneurs, business leaders, future leaders, just in general. $BBX USA. That's the Cash App. $BBX USA. Let's sow into these young men and women and help them to live out their dream as being something special, whatever it is that God put on their heart. Like me, radio, at the age of 12, these young men and women want to go on to do some great things with their lives, and we want to be a part of their success. All right. Speaking of success, that's what I call this presentation. Spirit of success. If you believe it, you can achieve it. If you apply it, then that success will happen. I guarantee it. If you apply these principles that I'm about to share with you, these best practices, it will happen. All right. All right. So here we go. Best practices. The first thing is relationships in this business is really, really important. Okay. Relationship capital will get you far. And what I mean by that is getting to know the decision maker. 9 out of 10 times, it's the program director, because again, that's their job. That's what they're hired for, to program the content of the radio station, direct the programming for that radio station. Oftentimes, the assistant program director will have influence as well, but the final decision maker is the program director. And the closer relationship you have with that individual, then the more likely you will have success getting your music played on the radio. So get to know them. Are they married? Find out when they get married, how many years they've been married, when their anniversary comes up. And when it does come up, send them a happy anniversary. Follow them on social media. When they have a birthday, wish them a happy birthday. All right. Also, find out who their favorite college sports teams are. I'm a big East Carolina fan. A lot of my family members went to ECU. I worked with their sports information department for the Pirate Network, broadcasting football games. And I did a post-game show talking about the highlights and lowlights of the game. So find out if they are a sports fan and what their college team or professional team is. Do they have any children, right? What are some of the hobbies that their children are participating or activities? There's this one promoter who knew that my daughter was in taekwondo and ballet, and he used to always ask me, hey man, did she get another belt? You know, or how did her recital go? And that was really, really cool for somebody to ask me that about somebody that I truly love, my child. Also, just anything outside of music, because they get beat up on music all the time. And when I say beat up, I really mean they get beat up, because they literally have dozens of people, you know, calling them and soliciting their music, asking them for airplay. So it's refreshing when they talk about something other than music. So establish that relationship, not only with the program director and the assistant program director, but the music director as well. Those are three key people that are decision makers, or at least have some say about the music play. Now, let me say this. Generally, the music director's job is to review the music that comes in and then makes recommendations to the program director, what they think sounds good out of all the dozens of songs that come in their email on a daily basis. They reviewed these songs, and these songs stand out to them. Then the program director and the assistant program director and the music director all have a meeting, and they review those songs, and they say, wow, this song by Jerry Smith and the New Redeemers, it is hot. This song by Dr. Eric Kelly, it sounds good too. This song by Ivana, it sounds good. Okay, we'll put it in the mix as well, you know, with the review. This song over here, we don't like, so let's just push that aside. We don't need to listen to that. And then they evaluate the music, and then they narrow it down again to what they are going to actually add in to the rotation. That's what we call it, the playlist, which you're going to hear on the radio. Okay? So that's how that process works. A lot of people think they just submit a song and they get the song and put it in. No, there's an evaluation process that goes on with dozens of songs, and the ones that sound the best are the ones that make the cut. Okay? The other important thing is to find out what day and time the decision maker takes their music calls, because they don't take them just randomly throughout the day. They have a set day and time and schedule that they take your phone calls to inquire about your music. All right? So that's what you have to do. The first thing you should do is, and I'm going to use myself as though you're calling me. Hello, Mr. Smith, how are you? I'm doing fine. My name is Jerry Smith Jr., and I'm calling to find out what days and times you know what, I'm going to make Eric Kelly the person that I'm calling about music. That way I won't confuse you. Hello, Dr. Kelly, how are you? I'm doing fine. My name is Jerry Smith, and I'd like to know what days and times you take music calls so I can call you up about my client's music that I'm sending you for airplay consideration. Oh, okay, Jerry. Well, I take my calls on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Every Tuesday at 1 p.m. until 3 o'clock. All right, great. Thank you. I'll make sure that I call you, Mr. Kelly, on those days. By the way, I just sent you a new song by Marcus Jordan called I Can. Did you get a chance to put your ear on it? Now, Mr. Kelly is going to say one of probably three responses. No, I did not hear it. Or yes, I did hear it. Or yes, I've heard it, but I haven't made a decision on it. So your response is, well, thank you for your consideration. If you didn't get a chance to hear it, please put your ear on it. I think you're going to really like it, and I think it's going to help your station sound good. Next scenario. Okay, you did hear it. Well, can you give me some feedback on it and your thoughts? Well, I think it's okay. It's okay. I'll get back to it, but I did put my ear on it and haven't decided to do anything with it yet. And then the third response, yeah, I heard it. And, I'll keep my eye on it. I'm not really sure about that record yet, but, just continue to give me any updates on it, any praise reports. Okay. And then your response is, well, thank you. I'll follow up with you next week. And hopefully you'll find some room in your playlist to play it. All right. It just made me think of something. I'll call you next week. A lot of people are independent artists. They have small record labels, and their music career is kind of like secondary to their first thing. That's why I always encourage people to hire somebody like me to solicit your music to radio, because it's a full-time job. I tell people I'm a professional beggar. I'm on the phone Monday through Friday, begging these radio stations to play my clients' music. That's what it feels like a call center, constantly calling during their window when they take the calls to solicit airplay. That's why I know that if you don't have a Jerry Smith type of person pushing your music, calling on your behalf, your chances of getting radio airplay are almost zero. All right. Because the decision maker is getting bombarded with music over and over again. And so if the person who is sending that music doesn't call and get their attention and have their ear, then it's just going to just stay in the email. So you have to hire somebody. And if you're doing a full-time job somewhere else and you're using that to supplement, paying to all the expenses to get your song played on the radio, then, and what I'm talking about is recording, the artwork, song cover, mastering and mixing and studio time. You're using your full-time job to get all that stuff done. And so you can't slack up on your main job to do what I'm telling you that needs to be done in order for you to get a radio airplay. You have to have somebody calling on your behalf Monday through Friday during those times that the program directors and music directors take your music call. There is no way that you can get your music played without that. Now, what happens when you call on a day that they don't take music calls? You get put in the timeout stack, and that's just putting it nicely. All right, you get put in the worrisome crowd, because program directors are busy Monday through Friday. They have department head meetings, sales meetings, promotions meetings. Sometimes the salespeople ask them to meet with radio advertising clients. They're evaluating music to decide on what to play. And they also have what they call air check sessions, and that's constructively criticizing or critiquing, I should say, their staff, the DJs, to help them to grow professionally. So when somebody calls outside of one of those music call days, they feel disrespected. They feel like you're not honoring their time and you're just pushing your music and just not respecting what they have to do their job Monday through Friday. So it's very vital that you call them on their music call days. As simple as that may sound, that is one of the key things in establishing a relationship and getting your music played on the radio. Don't you want to get your music played on the radio? Yes. Yes. Well, hire somebody that can consistently call on your behalf. All right. Like you're an athlete and they're your agent and they're calling on your behalf to get you that endorsement of radio airplay on that radio station. Okay. So make sure that you call on those days, you're establishing a relationship, you're getting to know the program director. All right. Another thing that's important when you're pushing your music is to have a success story. Why should they play your music? Just because you did a song? A lot of people come at a radio station, well, it's got a great message. It glorifies the Lord. There's no song that is submitted to a gospel radio station. Now, that's my genre. That's my space. So when I'm talking to you, I may reference gospel, but this is really how it is, whether it's hip hop, R&B, country music, rock music, classical music, it's all the same. All right. It's just different genres, but the practice is no different than any other format. Okay. But I'm speaking in the lane that I've been operating in for the majority of my career, and that's the faith-based lane. So you can't just take for granted because you did a song that has a great message of the good news that they're going to play it, because 100% of the music that they get has that message, a message of hope, of inspiration, of getting through our trials and tribulation, of heartbreak and overcoming, of being delivered, to being set free, financial blessings, health blessings. So that doesn't cut through in the beginning. I'll tell you when that kind of cuts through. But to have a good story about your music, and when I say a good story, like any radio station that plays your music, that's a good story. Hey, they're playing my song down in Myrtle Beach on the radio station there. They're playing it on the Memphis radio station. They're playing it in Atlanta, Georgia. They're playing it in Savannah, Georgia. They're playing it in Los Angeles. They're playing it on WBLS in New York during the gospel show. Any story that you have, a YouTube story, how many views that you have, any streaming information, any Shazam information. But always when you call, have a praise report about your music, all right? Because trust me, other people are as well, okay? That's what they're doing. They're hey man, I just got added by 5 radio stations and you're not added, you haven't added it yet, you're not on it, but I would love for you to be number 6. Don't wait too long because this song is fire, it's hot. And I want you to be a part of the early believers or the ones who really believe in this song. Chart position, that's always a good praise report. If you happen to be on the charts, you could say, hey, man, last week we were number 200 on the chart. This week we're 150. That shows progress and that the song is moving up. Once your song is in the top 100, then you really have a story. That's when they really start to pay attention. But in the beginning, It's really difficult, especially if you're an independent artist, but it's not impossible. As long as you have a really good story, okay, to go along, or a praise report that will help you to have your music rise. Again, I want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly for this opportunity to talk to you, and I want to encourage you again to make a donation on the effort to help these young men with laptops, tuition, books, as they further their college education. I saw a video earlier of a young man who was receiving a laptop, and that warmed my heart to see this young man receive that, to show that all the efforts that the Black Business Expo is doing is really, really empowering these young men and women and helping them to further their education and making that path to that success a little easier, because as we know, things are going up, especially with all these crazy tariffs and all that stuff. So being able to bless them. Again, $ BBX USA for Cash App to sow into them. All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what it is that program directors are listening for exactly to get the music added to their rotation. Now, I told you earlier that radio, commercial radio, is very intentional. It's not happenstance. It's not a play toy. It's not your own personal thing to do whatever you want to do. You're putting on quality content. I had a program director who was training me as I was coming up. He said, you don't play your own personal music on radio. You can get yourself a Walkman. Walkmans were in style back then, he said, or an iPod, and you put your own personal preferences on that, and you can listen to that 24 hours a day. But when you program a radio station, you are programming to a specific audience, all right? And you are trying to supersede that audience, meaning that you want to please them with the best music that that demographic would like. And most radio, honestly, is driven by female women between the ages of 25 and 44. And so what you want to do is make sure that that group is happy with your music. You know that there's younger listeners and you know there's older listeners, but that the meat and potatoes of your audience is that female 25 to 44, and you want to make them happy. So when you choose music, don't choose music that you think you would like to hear. You choose music that they would like to hear. So, excuse me, with that being said, what you have to do is identify the music with that listener in mind. Now, with a younger formatted radio station, the demographics is different. And with an older demographic radio station, the music choices are different. But one thing is really constant in everything, and that is the quality of the music, production, the sound of it. That's where it starts. That's the first thing that a program director listens to. And get this, he's only going to listen to the first 20 to 25 to 35 seconds of the song. So you've got to grab their attention right out of the gate. And they're listening for the quality of the music, the quality of the vocal, the quality of the background. That's what stands out the most, not the message in the song.
You are so right, Dr.
Yeah.
Mr. Jerry. Thank you so much. You definitely hit a lot of important points when it comes to just reaching out in general. So thank you so much for everything that you have shared today with our viewers.
Oh, you're welcome. And you're doing an outstanding job. And again, thank you for the opportunity. Please look me up, jerrysmith03.com. That's my website, my contact information there. And I would love to share more with you. And also, don't forget to make a donation. All right, let's help out the Black Business Network, Expo, Olympics to help these young men and women. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the history of black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner.
Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So, what we'll be having next is a fireside chat, and our speaker will be none other than Dr. It would be, just give me one moment, sorry, let me get it right. It would be none other than Kidi Awadu. But before I introduce this wonderful nutritionist, I would love to take the opportunity to introduce the person who will be interviewing him. This is none other than Doctor, just bear with me a bit, sorry. Yes, so this would be none other than Dr. And my information is coming up a little bit slow, so just bear with me while I get that fixed. Okay, so I'll take the time now that I have the nutritionist, Dr. Yes. Yes, I have Dr. Kidi Awadu here, so I'll just introduce him first and then I'll go straight ahead to introduce our interviewers. So he is credited with popularizing the idea that food is nature's most perfect medicine. His profound wisdom and passion for health science have resonated with audience worldwide. Katie is not only a celebrity chef, but also a dynamic speaker, prolific health researcher, and author of over 50 books. Just to give you a little bit, he is an author and educator, and he's authored 14 books championing the living superfood clinical nutritional system. His workshops and lectures and courses, certifications draw crowds worldwide, and people that travel thousands of miles just to experience the tastiest vegetarian and vegan food while learning from this award winning culinary artist and cellular biologist. I am having just a little bit of problems pulling up my information concerning our interviewers. So just let's welcome them both to the show, and I will have her give a little introduction on herself. Thank you.
Hi, well, I guess I'm back again. My name is Dr. Stephanie Ordry, and I'm the CEO of Zenniverse Wellness Group. And I know my brother, Kidi Awadu, so I can't wait to host this conversation. And thank you so much, Andrea, for bringing us onto the platform today.
And thank you for being here. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Wonderful. Well, hey, Mr. Kidi, how you doing today?
Ah, my beloved sister, Dr. Steph. It's always a pleasure. How am I doing today? You know me, we black and we shine.
Wonderful. Well, I am so excited that we were asked to do this fireside chat. There's so much that we could touch on. I don't even know really where we want to start because I know last week you had some conversations where you were talking a little bit about the state of men. We've been touching on conversations about the state of the world, the stress, the mental, stress, the state of loneliness, the trauma and emotional, nutritional issues, the need to get it all back in balance to make sure that you're eating the right things. My goodness, we have so many places that we can go. Here's something that I want to mention because she did, Andrea shared your background. I want to add something that probably will take us on a little bit of a journey. And it's actually taken from one of your books in the introduction. You write, I was born an academically gifted son of an industrial chemist. So I want people to hear that. But here's what you continue to say. My father was one of the most intelligent and balanced humans of his generation. He was a man of vast talent, temperature, and focus. Because of the death of your mother at a very young age, this man became a single parent to 4 sons by the age of 37 years. My father mastered an impressive set of skills and talents that each of us must also attain to ground ourselves in a productive and rewarding life. Beyond his scientific accomplishments, this man, who remained my primary role model, was a builder, carpenter, gardener, athlete, sports coach, I think yeah, fisherman, teacher, community leader, and a few more. My dad was a mighty good man. We're talking about fathers. We're talking about fathers, communities experiencing loneliness, emotional trauma, things of that nature. Why don't we start there? Let's lay a foundation about your foundation, this amazing man that you described in this introduction, and sort of, since you have an opportunity to look back and think, he planted seeds and here you are today. Tell us a little bit about why those seeds that your father planted and how they continue to manifest for you today.
Very good question. Thank you for the invitation to give honor and to give praise to this great man who gave myself and my brothers a foundation. As you were speaking about that, I could not help but be reminded of this phrase that I often use. As we reach for the stars, we must always remember that we stand upon the shoulders of giants. And I know you and I have talked about the role your mother's influence in your life have, and how you are now transferring that to your son. And I have done so also with my daughters. My father was a humble man, was a good man. You know, I never heard him cuss, at least not the way that people throw things out. I think the worst thing I ever heard my father would say to somebody was, kiss my butt. But, nowadays, that's not considered to be cursing like what we hear across society now. So, a graceful man, a dignified man, a royal man, very strong, stalwart member of the community. He not only raised as a single parent, raised his 4 sons. My mother's father moved in with us as well, and he brought that grace into our household as well. But these were the type of men that the entire community could rely upon, look upon, and recognize that they were going to go above and beyond the minimum required to be respected in the community. So without spending the next 2 hours, I could just giving honor and praise to this man, I will repeat myself. As we reach for the stars, we must always remember that we stand upon the shoulders of giants.
Yes, we do. And so, Kitty, globally, we are experiencing a world, sort of a world in conflict, I would say. I would say if I look out globally, it reminds me of a particular set of philosophies that are really facing, if you will, a bit of a paradigm shift, and that being this global movement of turbulence is baked. We see it economically, we see it politically, we see it socially, and we see it transferred into how people incorporate, interpret, and experience their day-to-day journey, which is ultimately causing a lot of stress, right? It's causing stress. And when you have mental stress and emotional trauma, that too is a problem with not only what we're talking about food and healing and all of those things, but you have to realize that all of these other things are precursors to the chemical reactions that are happening within your body. So from your perspective, how are you looking at and how are you taking in sort of the world from that lens of a scientist? And then let's dig a little bit deeper with how we then look at solutions and opportunities.
There is a common idea, a narrative. I believe it comes from our biblical studies, but we also know that it has foundation across African civilization at the beginning of human civilization, and that is, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. So when people are dealing with stresses, when the family is stressed, when our health and prosperity and wellness are being challenged in ways that make us feel as we are constantly losing ground, I have come to the conclusion that if we can give the people fundamental, essential truths about how the world, how the universe operates, then there is a possibility that you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. I'll give you an example, and I think this leads in very well to the door that you've opened today. I woke up this morning as I'm listening to the news. I'm hearing a story on the National Public Radio about a trend that's been going on for several years and is becoming more and more problematic, and that is cyber hackers hacking the healthcare corporations' computers and servers, stealing vast amounts of information. And in this particular case, they were talking about putting ransomware on these computers and holding these big healthcare corporations hostage. And it was an interesting story. I listened closely, but at the end of the story, one person was asking, well, why are these corporations being attacked in this manner? And the conclusion was, it's because these corporations just have billions and billions of dollars. Now that ties into an investigation that I've been ongoing for multiple years, is that these corporations have been taking from the public, taking from the middle class families at a rate that, as bad as inflation is, usually medical healthcare inflation was about 2 to 20 points higher on an annual basis. And when we consider that the families have been held hostage in multiple ways because of the proliferation of this for-profit healthcare system, which you and I, we have a lot of conversations about the excesses of that system and what we will replace it with. It is almost as if the hostage takers or the kidnappers are now victims of hostage takers. Mm-hmm. So it creates a double loop where ultimately, as of course the way the system is set up, we, the middle class, we, the average family, we, the ones who would want to be the beneficiaries of most of the highest developed healthcare system in the world, we're double victims. Because, as you know, the hospitals are going to transfer whatever losses they have, they're going to transfer that to the public, and they are still going to continue to reap windfall profits. So, bringing all of that back to your question, people need to know these essential truths because only the truths can set us free. So based upon this particular story, I have set it upon more to help our people understand the reasons why they would follow naturopathic processes, alternative processes to remove their bodies from this overwhelming demands and extraction of wealth from the average family, remove themselves from that, seek their own self-actuating healthcare and wellness program, implement that, and get the benefits from that. Last point, in the last year of life in the United States, the average death from cardiovascular disease or cancer turns over out of pocket $60,000 per person the last year of life to this medical pharmaceutical drug cartel complex. And at the end of that year, they give us back a body to bury. Doc, we certainly can do better than that.
Oh, we definitely can do better than that. But you really speak about a very valuable point that supports what I was alluding to, is that we've been participating in a system that's based on a zero-sum game philosophy. It is a win-lose or winner-take-all philosophy, which means that I'm in business and my goal is to take from you. And when I take from you, I win. There's no intention for you to take back from me or you to even receive the fair benefit of that exchange, right? It's let me take what I can take from you. And unfortunately, it's not sustainable, but it's so cruel and excessive punishment when you talk about the last year of life bankrupting families on a false promise that their family member might survive the concoction of poisons. You know, I say they poison and cut, right? That, you come in and you have a headache. Okay, let's see what we can poison and cut as a solution. Poison and cut. We know it's going to be poison and cut. It's part of the solution, but has nothing to do with a healing, a cure, or a benefit. So imagine that, having people consider this idea of we have limited resources, but you're going to bankrupt. But here's another one. I was reviewing some materials that made mention to the fact that in 2020, I think 2026, 76 million boomers are expected to turn 65, and the anticipated cost for Medicare is expected to exceed the federal revenue base. And so, just because of, again, looking at the protocols that are expected to be offered as solutions, and then I was talking about one of the two drug companies are focusing on two introductions of new medicines, poisons to address obesity. And those two drugs right now in their trials are averaging $15,000 a year per patient. And so if those drugs are offered, they're not even covered at this point, but if they become covered drugs that the systems can't afford to allow those drugs, except perhaps in the most extreme cases. And we know when we walk around and look around, we see a lot of cases that are close to extreme cases, right? Of things that we know are just about lifestyle modifications. What do you think about that?
Oh, Zambic. You know, these commercials, everyone recognized exactly where I went with that. Let me tell you what's in the background. I'm glad you brought that up because I got your notice about this alert of these new class of drugs called GLP-1s and entering the market. And the industry, from the industry point of view, as you revealed, they're looking for a boom, for massive profits, for their shareholders to be celebrating this arrival. About 2 weeks ago, I did a study on this class of drugs, of which that commercial is not the only commercial of these drugs, these injections, weekly injections that are out here, these GLP-1s. I did a study, and when we looked at the long list of side effects, which they give you a hint of when you're watching these commercials, whether it be on television or internet streaming, whatever, everyone's hearing that commercial until they're sick of that theme song, which is actually based upon a lovely song from back in the day that many of the baby boomers remember. For now, the baby boomers are targeted by these corporations. And quite simply, Doc, it's going to break the system. If the system has not already broken, for those who hear those commercials, I always block out that point of the commercial where they start talking about side effects. And then later, I go on to all of these multiple classes, probably about 5 of them that are popular now, of these GLP-1 new class of drugs. And I look at the side effects. They couldn't even get the number of the entire list of side effects in a commercial because reading those lists of side effects would take twice as long as a commercial lasts. So you are right. We should be alert. We should be aware, but we should also be very strategic in our response as individuals. But if I can come up with a proper response as an individual, if you can come up with a proper response as an individual, we would be shaming ourselves and denuding the community by not coming together and helping as many people as possible get on this life raft, and let's sail away from being exploited this way. You make some very good points. And if there's anything else that the people want to gather from your and my conversation today, is that we have thought these challenges, these problems out. We have viable solutions, and we are obligated to do the best we can for our generation and future generations, as our parents and our grandparents worked so hard to do to lift us up.
Oh, it is so true. I mean, I don't think people realize that there are different stages of a game. And I say follow the money always. There were a few things. My mom was just a wealth of intelligence in her young years. She was 18 when she had me. She was a brilliant woman, and she gave me so many nuggets. And one of those early sets of nuggets included, one, reading between the lines. So she taught me how to consume information that was presented as news information. So I always understood how to decipher and hear information differently and look for what's omitted as you said, what's omitted from that commercial? What are the side effects that are not even listed here? Another part of that, building on that, was follow the money. Someone asked me about, well, why aren't organizations, these food companies, more interested in producing X? Or why is the state of the pharmaceutical, the Western medicine, the food supply, all of these things in this particular condition? And I said, because someone is benefiting based on these sets of circumstances just the way they are. And there's no incentive to modify a revenue stream. And just as you appropriately identified, this next class of drugs are not being introduced because they're concerned about the outcome. They've accepted that these are just some additional opportunities to create a new profit center so that we can increase shareholder value at the end of the day. And again, I believe in creating businesses and organizations to build value, but I believe that I can do good while doing good and still make a profit. I believe in a different philosophy. I believe in a positive sum game philosophy, a win-win philosophy, meaning that the things that I offer are not for everyone. But for those people that I offer them for, sure, could everyone benefit? Absolutely. But I understand marketing to understand that not everyone is going to be a taker because different people have made decisions. But what everyone can understand is your well-being has become the currency for some other people's well-being bottom line. And if you don't realize that you're in play, your life has now become what they're exchanging as the next level of currency, then unfortunately you blindly follow along like the sheep, being herded right down a particular set of decisions and outcomes. And it's kind of even having this conversation. I remember having a conversation with someone who I care about dearly and wanting to introduce her to a detox, a wellness, week. And she told me that she had invested in her Kaiser plan, invested in her Kaiser plan, and that she did not have extra resources to consider an alternative to that. But before we got off the call, she mentioned that she was getting new hardwood floors. I thought, you're getting new hardwood floors for the next owner, because since you've invested in this Kaiser plan, they're going to take you right on out. That is their plan. You're willingly, you see that as an investment. So, Key,
Yeah.
What do we say to that, right?
How ironic, how paradoxical, investing in these major corporate healthcare plans, HMOs, and the structures, while these unfortunately have created in the United States an extraction from the nation of $4.1 trillion a year, by far the highest per capita amongst all of what are called the OECD nations, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, which is kind of a wealthy class of nations for comparison values. And when we look at what the U.S. system is paying per capita, if we take the next 11 countries after the U.S., add them together and average them out, the U.S. healthcare per capita expenses are twice what these next 11 averaged out are. But among those 38 OECD nations, the U.S. ranks in quality of care and patient satisfaction only 34th or 35th, based upon when you're taking these measurements. So they are extracting. I made a list of some of the ways that we are being held hostage because, again, as my studies for the day talking about the cyber hackers holding ransomware hostage over these healthcare corporations. But how are they holding us hostage? We talk about $4.1 trillion U.S. national healthcare expense. That's 20% of the nation's GDP. That's never existed in history. But the satisfaction level, 34th or 35th out of 38, unacceptable. Held hostage. The conspiracy
I call it a conspiracy. You may choose a different word, that puts these medical corporations, pharmaceutical corporations, these testing facilities, regulatory agencies, the food supply system, and media, puts them all in this sort of cartel that's holding the population hostage while they extract the maximum they can out of them through the Agency of Health and Wellness. A couple of other points. This this diagnostics process. We have these expensive, exorbitantly expensive diagnosis processes, from anywhere from the blood tests, which are called ELISAs, where they sample blood proteins to say, well, we can't find a pathogen. Let's just see if you've been exposed to it. Now we're going to say you're infected with it. That is that's quite problematic. Expensive CAT scans and MRIs. Whenever these facilities purchase these expensive machines, they have to put people in the machines and bill the insurance companies. Otherwise, they got a lot of money tied up in these expensive machines, which they're not considered state-of-the-art hospitals unless they have them. They have to use them. I recall a statement from President Barack Obama in that time when he was talking about the need for expanding healthcare access for the population. And he made a statement that essentially the healthcare industries were holding the American population hostage. Today, as I was doing my research, I found reference to President Barack Obama making the statement. And when I went to the source where he made the statement, and this happened 3 times a day, finding the sources of these outrageous statements, the sources had been wiped. The reference to the original source was there, but the statements had been wiped and replaced with new stories on the New York Times and other popular, credible sources. The original stories have been replaced by stories more friendly to the existing system today. This is worse than most of us could imagine, Doc.
Oh, absolutely. Because again, if you're not discerning, another, mom statement is that in the, baking process, oftentimes people would take flour and you go through a sifter. And so you put it all in, but you sift out what it is you need to purify it in order to begin your baking journey. If you're not taking in information and being able to evaluate it, think critically about it, consider what might be missing from it, what are the questions that this information prompts you to raise, that you should ask, that you should consider. But listen, it's something a little bit more basic than that. I can look at, if you will, anecdotal evidence. If we just, I tell people, I said, wait a second. I follow research studies. I follow a number of trade and information organizations, but I have, I think, 5,000 people on my Facebook page. And I just noticed the posts from these different folks that I see today, different from even the post that I saw 2 years ago. And what I see is that we have supposedly come on the other side of a global pandemic, and a lot of initiatives took place to so-called assist. But what I see is a posting of this person is dying, this person is hooked up to tubes, this person is this. And as I said, you can't go anywhere without seeing mobility impaired people. And then not only looking at just the toxic in terms of relationships, of how people are interacting with one another and the trauma that continues to cause. And when we think about it, a lot of it is based on people saying that they're not feeling well, they're not living their best, they don't feel the energy, and so then that translates into their behavior. They bring that to work, they take that home to their families, they show up in the community with all of those things. If you were thinking about, again, the great man that your father is, and you think about how he managed to maintain, you said some very important things about balance. How did he maintain that balance? Lost his wife, took on the responsibility of raising his 4 sons, 4 boys, as well as continuing being a pillar in the community. What was he taking? What was he eating?
Well, that's a that's the best question you could possibly ask because my father taught his sons how to grow our own food. He taught us the value of planting an orchard. He actually bought 1.3 acres of land from a black farmer who was retiring, had 40 acres, and he parceled the land out and sold it to 21 black families who left the city, went rural, and homesteaded. So that question is, what was he eating? He was eating the food grown by his own hands in his own orchard. He planted in the backyard. Unfortunately, the peach tree was right in the middle of our football field. It suffered tremendously, but it finally made it when we grew up. And I think that brings us back to really how I want to be able to close out your and my conversation. My motto, people have heard me say this 1,000 times. If you search for this statement on the internet in quotes, I happen to come up. Food is nature's most perfect medicine. Hippocrates gave us this statement. Let your food be your medicine. Let your medicine be your food. He, of course, has studied in school of Asclepius, which is the legacy of Imhotep, the first multi-genius in world history. And we do carry that legacy forward as we stand upon the shoulders of these giants. Food is nature's most perfect medicine. So if people are looking to replace a healthcare system gone buck wild crazy with something that's more logical, more rational, something that is complementary to the idea of building intergenerational family wealth, let's begin with the dinner table. Let's begin with the cupboard, with the refrigerator. Let's identify and remove those things that have been validated, verified as being contrary to our best self-interest. You know, I produced a documentary film about 15 years ago, and I really do need to bring it back into circulation, called Chewicide. And when I was introducing this idea, this film, Chewicide, which is essentially eating ourselves to premature death and disability, we had to take a close look at what is called soul food. And when considered, we could not help but conclude that the more likely we were entrenched in the soul food dietary lifestyle, the more likely we would be diagnosed with overweight, obesity, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and increasingly cancer. And when we looked at what was the problem with soul food, it wasn't the idea of soul. It wasn't the idea of cultural basis for culinary habits transcending generations. The idea is that soul food was born out of an adverse condition reaction to the deprivations of our enslavement. As a consequence of that study, I say let's keep the soul food, but let's transform soul food to spirit food. Food that heightens our energy, that heightens our spirit, heightens our intelligence, maintenance of our intelligence. That's a whole nother subject for another conversation. But there's so much that we can do. And Doc, the beautiful thing is, and I know you know this well, we can make magnificent transformation with already existing tools which are in our hands. That's the beautiful thing about where we are right now amongst this grand transformation of our people.
Absolutely. So before we wrap up, why don't you tell people how they can get more information about you and your organization so we can help them begin this transition?
Wonderful. As Andrea mentioned in the introduction to today's program, I'm very fortunate that I'm the author of some 53 published books, 14 of which focus directly on the system. We call it Living Superfood. And that's the website people can go start to learn about the Living Superfood system. I am an award-winning culinary artist, and I do believe that not only is food nature's most perfect medicine, but Andrea, medicine ain't never tasted like this before. Greetings to you both.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Kitty. You know, you and I can always have a lengthy conversation. I think that this is a great platform to be able to have this conversation. And I hope that people will reach out and really recognize that there's a fight for your well being as someone else's currency. So I think we want to make sure that we're the victors in that fight and take back our health. And as Dr. Oliver likes to say, let's take it black. Let's take it black. Let's go back to the origins of what our ancestors used as nutritional foundations and values. And we can take care of ourselves.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for this moment.
Wow, thank you so much, both of you, for all of this information. I myself have started my journey where I am transitioning into a lifestyle where I will not be eating any meat very soon. So, this indeed is just in the right time. And I'm sure as business owners, our listening audience need to ensure that they're well within first so that you can give the world, make the world better by giving the world a better person. So, thank you again for being here.
Our pleasure.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K to 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So, we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We will take the opportunity now to thank our sponsors for April 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, The Hello LLC, Lotus Riche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Five Star BDM Media, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milan Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally today.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the Parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network, and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by one, producing fee-based content, and two, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
At the Hurston Wright Foundation, we are on a mission to empower and elevate Black voices. Our commitment is simple: to provide services, support, and opportunities that mentor, recognize, and build a community for both professional and aspiring Black writers. Our workshops and classes, led by award-winning authors, serve emerging and mid-career adult writers. We've been doing this since our very first class in 1996. Over the years, more than 1,000 Black writers have taken our classes. They've gone on to create books, embark on teaching careers, contribute to local cultural communities, and become national thought leaders. But at Hurston Wright, we're not just about teaching writing. We're about empowering voices. We provide the tools, mentorship, and supportive community you need to thrive in a publishing industry that hasn't always given Black writers the recognition they deserve. Through a social justice lens, we disrupt barriers and open access to information that's often out of reach due to affordability and convenience. And we're proud to offer the most affordable virtual courses available online, conveniently scheduled during evening hours. Our work is more than just education, it's social activism. We're breaking down systems that have traditionally limited opportunities for Black writers. And now, enrollment is open for the Fall 2023 Writing and Professional Development Institute. Led by award-winning professionals, our classes nurture both emerging and mid-career adult writers. In just 1 year, our virtual institute has empowered over 100 Black writers, refining their craft and updating their writing toolkit. Join us. Elevate your craft with Hurston Wright. Make your mark on the literary world. Hurston Wright Foundation, empowering Black voices, one writer at a time.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our second fireside chat for this evening will be presented by Dr. Stephanie. And here's a little bit about her. She is the founder and the CEO of Xenoverse Wellness Group, Inc., a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time. Through its media spa hotels strategically located across the Caribbean, United Kingdom, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica, with UK and African markets opening soon. Xenoverse is a wellness group, and it's a timely concept that was initially conceived when she was just 14 years young. She made a social impact commitment to train and develop over 1 million entrepreneurs and farmers to participate in the ecosystem by providing access to capital, capacity, and customer markets for emerging entrepreneurs with the desire to create sustainable business ventures. She is known for many accolades and is a seasoned real estate developer who has directed multi billion-dollar portfolios of commercial real estate and development projects. I'm so happy to also introduce our guest speaker, who will be interviewed by none other than Dr. Audrey. Our guest speaker is none other than Dr. Aubrey Oliver. He was recently appointed ambassador of the state of the African diaspora and has spent the last 15 years in Jamaica developing proven therapies, nutraceuticals, and product formulations. He studied at Ashford University in complementary and alternative medicine. His practice includes serving as the coordinating physician with Caribbean Clinical Research Associates in cannabis science and phytonutrients. He offers support with cell regeneration, rejuvenation, and activating adult stem cells, relying upon a holistic approach which addresses adrenal exhaustion and aging issues. He supports wellness, farming, and economic development in Jamaica, the Caribbean, Africa, United Kingdom, and Canada by offering holistic wellness solutions to patients. It is indeed my pleasure and my honor to welcome our interviewer and our interviewee for the second segment to this evening on the Black Business Network.
Hi.
Hi,
Hey,
welcome.
is my head top being shown? Okay, good.
We can see you very well. Thank you so much
I
for
mean, I looked at one screen showing me fully, and the next screen showing my head top cut off. I don't know which screen I'm on then. Which one am I on?
We see you.
But there's not much to be seen on the top there anyway, but it's okay.
you perfectly fine, Dr. Oliver. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and your knowledge.
Thank you for that introduction. Um, I didn't realize I did so much in the last few years. It's kind of cool.
It happens. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, you. I think I know you a little bit. So I'm going to jump right into something that I think we can both relate to, and then I'll let you respond. So hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Godly fear and much humility that I undertake the task of writing this book, as I am in no sense of the word a writer. I'm sending forth this book for the purpose of helping humanity and giving courage to those who may have thought their cases helpless. My prayer is that God may make this book a blessing to many. I know you don't remember that per se, that intro, but I'm going to give you a couple more excerpts. Many who violate the laws of health are ignorant of the relation to the laws of living, eating, drinking, and working to their health. Until they have some kind of sickness or illness, they do not realize their condition is caused by violating the laws of nature and health. And then I'll close on this one. God has provided a remedy for every disease that might afflict us. Satan cannot afflict anyone with any disease for which God has not provided a remedy.
Yeah, I got it. It's my book, our book. I guess I wish I had wrote that book.
So that's
But
back to Eden.
I know,
And
back to Eden. I mean, since
guess
I
what?
read that book, I didn't, and everybody always to say to me, write a book. I said, well, if I was going to write a book, go and read Back to Eden.
And that was written in, listen, the original manuscript was in 1939. Now, what
Oh,
year
wow.
are we in? Right?
She was way ahead of her time, way ahead of her time.
It's amazing, right? And so that is one of the things that we share in common in terms of our foundational journey, as well
Right.
as the intersection of our desires, creating wellness resorts, and then forming, our business, our joint ventures together. We can close by telling them a little bit about what's coming up next, our new
Right.
project that we're going to be launching. But Doc, let's talk about this. Come on, what's happening? What are you seeing? What is the state of the wellness from your lens out here working in the trenches, dealing with patients? And because of your nomadic practice, I think you have a really broad ability to discuss not only the
Yes.
US, the
Yes.
Caribbean, the UK, but also the continent of Africa. So,
Yes.
what
Yes.
say you?
It's getting amazing. I mean, I think the possibility of seeing more and more of our people living to 120 and beyond is happening. There's a possibility. I was reading something yesterday online, and I'm always looking at health Anytime anything pop up about health, I read it. So I looked at this one thing on, I think it was Facebook, and someone wrote, "Oh, religion been around what? I think they said 4,000 years or 6,000 years, and it has not extended anyone's life. I think that's what it says. And then it says science. They're trying to say science is more recent and as double life expectancy. And I put down at the end of it in my comment, and I said, which science? Because science as we know it, which is the science that I would think that, referring to pharmaceutical drugs and those kind of things, have and the different type of surgeries and stuff that they give you. I believe, and I know for a fact through research and development, that it has created more diseases than any other time in history. So we have to find out which science they're talking about. But the science of phytonutrients has really grown in leaps and bounds. Them freeing up cannabis for medicine, even though they never really stopped using it for medical purposes to the rich and the ones who the government of the United States wanted to get hold of it, and people who would apply for it would get um, permission even during all the time when they were trying to be classing it as a tier one drugs, and putting so much black people in jail for it. They were still giving it to Caucasian people for medicinal purposes, secretly. So if that's the science you're talking about, the advancement of phytonutrient science, which include cannabis, which includes understanding a combination of different herbs to clean out your mitochondria, to keep your immune system healthy. Yes, that type of science have doubled and is about to make a lot of us live a very long, healthy life, because we're now tapping into allowing the body through nutraceuticals and not pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals are, I call pharmaceuticals, to be honest. I think it was Keely the other day, and I was saying the word pharmaceutical the root word is actually from witchcraftry. If you remember when, even the kings and queens of the medieval time, they used to go to their witches and wizards to get help with their health, with winning wars, because that's what they're all about. And, someone that's a knight or something hurt, they want to, they would go to their witchcraftry, which at the time, a lot of these wizards and witch were using some natural stuff. Of course, they add it with their potent and, create fire, and they say, yeah, we're healing, or we're going to save this person. And some of it worked because they do tap into kindred spirits also, and kindred spirits work with spirits. You might have some zombies walking around, right, back then. But if you look at it, so the word that the brother came up with is that, pharmaceutical and this kind of wizardry was, we would say they were not casting a spell, but there is another word that he used that would say what pharmaceutical is today. I mean, pharmaceutical has developed into where, because of the business of it and the legalities of it and having it out there, so much different things is added other than the natural stuff that was there in the science, so that they could have their patent or whatever, their intellectual property in the right places, so no one can mess with it. Because if you just stick to the natural stuff, like saying aspirin is, the base of aspirin is willow bark. If you're just doing willow bark and giving the patients willow bark, then you wouldn't have to patent it, and you don't have to make so much billions from it by, adjusting it with all these other chemicals that give you side effects. These side effects gives you other diseases that you have to get another medication for. If you notice, a lot of patients who are on 5, 6, 7 different medication, they are using some of those medication to counter another medication, or 2 or 3 of those medication, right? So it's kind of like, as they give you these medication, you get a little relief of symptoms, then the medication start side effects start rearing its head, and then they have to give you another one to deal with the side effects and stuff. So that's why I said science as we know it today has created more disease. And my passion right now is to, yes, let's get back to the right science, which is advancing nutraceuticals. Nutraceuticals, is made as the book Back to Eden says. There's a remedy that is created by the Almighty, Mother of all, Father of all, Son Ra, to have a healing properties for just about anything in our systems, in our body. And I always say, we do not do, none of these medicine really do the healing. What they do is help the body to balance, normalize itself so that the body can do the healing. So when you're putting foreign poison and these things in your body, you're only making it difficult for your body to do the healing. And so you start relying on those drugs to feel better while the system in your bodies are still deteriorating and dying. And so eventually the drugs will kill you even faster than you know the natural nutraceuticals that you need for your health. So my passion is to see more science in nutraceuticals.
Well, it's so funny. You make me think of this. So, you and I have had a conversation about just that, about the causes and how the medical contributions that contribute to causes of early death. And we've talked about, medical mistakes and things of that nature. There is literally a series that I found on Netflix called The Resident. And this series, there were I think, yeah, 6 seasons. And they are literally going through the different, like the chief of staff is a surgeon that had some kind of chronic condition where he couldn't hold his knife when he's doing these surgeries, but his ego would not allow him to stay out of the medical room. So he's the cause of more patient deaths, more botched surgeries, and then they cover it up. Another physician, it's like the
Isogenic. What I think that the word is isogenics, death by medical doctors. The third leading cause right now, the third leading causes of death in America among Medicare, and in the UK among NHS, National Health Service. All of these, the third leading cause of death is these mistake that these physicians are making, and not just in the surgery. Many people have lost their life in surgery, but also in prescribing these drugs that clashes with other drugs or clashes with even your own biological, physical, and chemical system in your own body that causes your demise, like quicker than it should. I mean, chemotherapy is known to speed up your death after you're diagnosed with cancer. I know people who stay off chemotherapy, stay off radiation, stay off that stuff, just, stick to their normal things, and they're living longer than the ones who rush and take these drugs. I've literally dealt with two sets of patients at the same time. One who, their boyfriend tell them, "Hey, look, Dr. Oliver protocol is taking too long. You need to, I have a friend who went into chemotherapy and she got, healed quickly. And this lady went and do exactly what her boyfriend says. And in 6 months, she was dead. And the similar person with similar, breast cancer, sticking to the protocol and still alive. The tumor even tried to remove itself because the body now pushes it out. And, the difference, with what these chemicals are doing and these poison, I would say poison, to be honest.
Well, that's the thing, because, when people make mention to what they want as an outcome, and I say, well, listen, you didn't just get here overnight. You've had a certain lifestyle and set of behaviors that you followed for 20, 30, 40 years that have led you to this intersection in your well being. So you really do expect that somebody's going to give you a magic pill and overnight you can heal that? That's not
Right.
realistic. That's not realistic in terms of an expectation.
Right. And I mean, the damages, some people, cancer is a mitochondrial disease. It starts in the mitochondria. So there's damages being done in the mitochondria. And a lot of times these damages does take time to develop into these diseases. and these abnormal cell growth, free radical cells coming into your system. So what you need to understand, it's, what these pharmaceutical drugs are doing is mainly just giving you a relief of the symptoms after the disease has set into your body. So the disease will set in, you start feeling these chronic pains and so forth, whether it's lupus or MS or anything like that. And the only thing that the medical profession really has to offer is either remove or give you a poison to see if they could poison the particular thing, or third, just relieve your symptoms. See if, we could just make you feel comfortable until there's nothing more we can do, which is 90% of the time where they say at some point, there's nothing more we can do. And so even though these things take time to develop, it they can be your health can be restored with, if you have that time. Okay, so let me be honest. If you have time, your cells, your health, and all that stuff can be restored to normalcy, and then you could live a very healthy, long, healthy lives. But as you said, there's no magical one fit all like they've tried to do some 100 years ago with antibiotics. When antibiotics came out, they were like, "This is the magical drug. It will heal and cure everything, and you don't need anything else." When you get sick, because they're anticipating everything has to do with bad biotics, right? So there are bacteria. So all you need when you get sick these days is to get injected with antibiotics, which is a lie. There's no such, first of all, when you get injected with antibiotics, you're killing the good biomes, the good biotics that is supposed to help your body heal itself in the first place, supposed to boost your immune system and all that stuff. So yes, there's no magical drug, even though you're paying through your A for this with these health insurance. They think that you're going to get so sick that you need insurance for your health, which is, to me, it's an absolute waste of money. Take that money and go get life insurance so you could at least pass your wealth on to the next generation.
Ooh, now you touching on what a subject that's near and dear to my heart. Let's create some assets, that
Exactly.
you can
That's
pass
why
on.
rich people do a lot of insurance, eh?
Yes, yes, yes. But here's the thing that I think people are so confused about, and this is often what comes up. A couple things. When you and I have looked at products, from supplements to ingredients in food products to menu items, in terms of consuming a meal, it's important to understand what are not only the ingredients, but oftentimes what do the ingredients mean? Because I think that that's the part of big confusion. And then also that one size does not fit all. Because again, I remember we had a conversation at one point about a lot of times people don't realize that part of their nutrition began with what was their mother consuming while they were in the womb, and that kind of set the the foundation for the things that either they demand or that they found excessive exposure to that caused reactions. And most people don't understand how much sugar, but more importantly, inflammation exist in the body in its response to these things.
And
So
look at recently we were just talking about the I think PLAC, the chemical that for eternity they call eternal. It's an eternal chemical. It's now in all our water system and everything. And if the mother has a good amount of it as she breastfeeds, the children gets it, and the mother gets less of it, which I find interesting. But so she passed it on to the children, and now I've always wondered, you know, hospital like St. Jude and others that are catering to children cancer. I mean, it is for real. There's a high content of children cancer, and basically because of the chemicals in a lot of the foods that they're getting from a young age, or what the mother's been consuming, and the chemicals just in the water, that the mother, and then when the children come drinking that water, and they already might have damaged mitochondria before they're even born, so that when they're born, it just gets worse. And so And it's unfortunate because it's not everyone that get it. Some people immune system does fight it. Some people have strong immune system, could be genetics or whatever. But yeah, it is sad what is going on with society and these poisonous environmental issues, and it stems to what chemical companies.
And I think there's a competition for, as we say, your ear space, your mind space, because a lot of people that have the desire to make better choices find themselves bombarded with so much misinformation. I mean, I remember being stopped in the grocery store by a woman who observed me pulling out a carton of almond milk and reading all of the ingredients. And we had an experience where I looked at a list of the ingredients in the almond milk, and I remember you looked at the information, and one of the ingredients, I think it was ingredient number 2 or 3, you went straight to the FDA website that pulled up not only the profile on that particular chemical, but really its use, and its use in all of that information. None of it was meant to be consumed, nor for a filler in the almond milk. And I felt like, wow, that's double bad. Not only are you trying to make a better choice, so you're paying a premium for what you think is almond milk, only to be consuming a poisonous filler with very little almond milk as part of the ingredients. And so I think when you're talking about people being able to make better choices, they're so confused. I mean, what are some of the thoughts about how people can get more
Well,
information about what they're consuming?
the gist of it is, we're consuming too much ultra processed foods, So we go into supermarket and we see all these nicely packaged stuff. Like, let's look at naked juice. I mean, when you look at naked juice, it looks really, appetizing, and it is very sweet, so it's very tasty. I mean, when I was up north recently to see a couple of patients, one of these patients, he gets up, and by morning until midday, he drinks about 3 bottles of naked juice. And I took out the naked juice and I showed it to him. I just started reading. I said, "Do you realize this has 53 grams of sugar? You're wondering why your blood pressure is so high, why your kidneys having problem, why you are, having a metabolic disease like diabetes, you know." And he thought he was doing something good for himself, drinking naked. If you look, this research shows some of the biggest killers, um, juices, and naked is on that list because of all the sugar that's in it. And then any one of those juices that you are drinking, going to the supermarket and buying in box bottles or whatever you're buying it in, doesn't matter, is a bunch of sugar, because once they sit on the shelf past 30 minutes after being juiced, they are now sugar with no enzymic value to your cells to do anything healthy more than, you know, cause insulin resistance. The one hormones that you need to be healthy and clean of everything else of sugar, you're now damaging that even more when you're drinking all these packaged, ultra packaged stuff on the shelves. Now, I don't even know how to say, but I don't think any of those things that are packaged is, what you're eating is a packaged product. You're not really eating, it's food, but what kind of food, what type of food is it? It's a food that's causing more harm than good. So, yeah, you want to make healthy choices, but the marketing of these, a lot of these foods make you think you're you're doing healthy choices, but you have to look at the ingredients. You have to look at the sugar content. You have to look at so many things when it comes on to packaged stuff in the supermarket or in the stores or in the even Whole Foods. You have to look at these things.
And again, about dietary choices, because we hear so many things about, well, I'm plant-based, I'm vegan, I'm, pescatarian, I'm, this and I'm that. And, you know, what's your experience? What are you seeing?
The,
What are
the
you
one I like, the one I like that I would like to start and I just can't get around to it because I love food so much. It's the breatharian, breatharian.
So you just
People,
breathing.
people just survive on breathing. I mean, I don't know how they do it, but I remember the last two that I saw on the internet. I remember one of them, he died in his, I don't know, 50s or 40s, and there was another one going on, but I don't see anything more about him on. It's just no, there's no way you can survive in a malnourished setting. I mean, going back to what really works. I think I was sharing with you one day this doctor who went on a research around the world to see which diet is the best diet. And I don't call it diet anymore because I realize the word diet associated with die. So it's like saying diet when you eat this. Go ahead and die.
Well, that's
so,
part of the outcome. So
so
at
I
least they
said
told you.
I call it live it because I would like to live what I eat. So I said, okay. So I have a protocol of live it for my patients, which I give them. And it's not even that drastic of anything, but it requires that you do eat as much as a natural grown food as possible and nutritious ones as possible. And you must get your omega oils and fats, which is omega 3, a little bit of omega 6 and some nines, and you must get your amino acid. Your amino acid cannot come from your healthiest amino acid will not come from a vegetarian or vegan diet. I'm saddened that most of my vegan or vegetarians, when they get to where they have these severe cancers and stuff, you know, what the hospital will tell them is that they're malnourished. They're malnourished. And at that time now they're trying to catch up on nutrition and so forth. I have a couple of patients. I have a patient that she was given 6 months because of some huge tumors inside of her, size of pineapples, and they're saying if she doesn't do surgery, she's not going to live past 6 months and so forth. So when she contacted me, she didn't do anything yet. No chemo, no radiation, and nothing. I had a similar patient about a month after that came with but she had took the vaccine. So I looked at her tests, her MRI, her CAT scan, and I could see a lot of it was more spike protein and other thing, but they called it a cancer that was in her womb down there in her what you call her uterus area, right? And this other lady was more in her stomach. But I told this lady, both of them, the one that had the one in her stomach, I mean, in her uterus, she wasn't even given any really death sentence yet. They basically just, she came to me. I said, this is what you need to do. Bum, 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 bum. Right up front, she said certain things she cannot stop eating. She just loved eating certain things. And so she went and worked with them. She said, she called me up. Every time she gets these advice from them is to say, oh, they have this low dose chemo pills that they want to give me. And I think I want to try that because she still want to eat her same things, right? The other lady, that's all the way. I've never met her. This one, I could go to her house and sit down and talk to her with her son there, her daughter there, and but she would still fight this thing about making her own pastry or bread or sugar product, cakes, whatever turns into sugar. And so she would go with their conventional stuff, right? Chemo in the thing. When that didn't work, they noticed that the tumor was getting bigger. She jumped for something called what they call the immunotherapy, which is another set of poison which they created, which immunotherapy should work, with a lot of these diseases, but it's the opposite of what they want to do. They want to provide you with these drugs. Immunotherapy is actually increasing, in my book, increasing your immune system to be able to fight off the cancer disease, the cancer cells, the free radical cells, the bad stuff. And it's simple. It's going back to nature again to really boost your immune system. So anyway, to make a long story short, this lady that was given 6 months, didn't start anything yet, changed. She was a vegetarian. The stuff I advised her to start eating, she started eating her eggs. She started growing her own chicken in the back and getting her own fresh eggs. She started doing all these things that I said, look, you just need to build up your nutrition to fight this, build up your immune system to fight this. This is now 3 years, and this lady is still with us. The other one didn't give him any time on anything like that. She tried keep experimenting with their stuff, and I went to her funeral last summer in England. The one from Ireland, Northern Ireland, she got hers cancer, she claimed, from being around a nuclear plant, an area that has nuclear plant. And as a black person with not much sun, you can see how these tumors growing in Northern Ireland. But this other lady, I mean, all she did was go ahead and start experimenting with these drugs just because she didn't want to stop her diet. That's what she told me straight up. She can't.
Listen, she picked it.
It got to the diet thing. It diet her, you know. So
she got the predictable
we take these things as humor, but it is serious how serious some people are about their diet, you know.
Right.
And that's why a lot of them will turn to the conventional medicine, because the conventional medicine, a lot of them will tell you right there in the NHS system and here in the US, will tell you that it has nothing to do with what you're eating. It has nothing to do with your food or nothing. Just come and take these magical poisons from the days of wizardry and witchcraftery, and zappa, you will zap the disease away. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
We often talk about Dr. Grundy and even his, acknowledgement of changing from being a heart surgeon to realizing that he could just.
It's all about nutrition. It's all about nutrition. Yes.
And then he didn't need to crack their chest. And, you
Right.
have a patient, someone that I love dearly, a survivor of 9 heart attacks, bless his soul. And still, we were kind of nudging him, I know I was, about what it is you're eating. And, just again, thinking that he's picking something that would be good for himself, but ended up sending himself to the hospital.
But the amazing thing is,
so-called Costco natural
yeah.
bites.
But the amazing thing with him, it's that was something that had to do with his gut health, because he was eating these flaxseed which wasn't breaking down, and they got stuck in nodes that he already had, polyps that he already have in his gut from his poor eating. But the amazing thing, with his 9 heart attacks, and about how many stents he has in there now, about 5, 6, 7, he said,
a bunch.
this is the best he said he ever felt after my therapy, my bioenergetics therapy. I gave him, I think he worked with me for about 2 weeks, and he started, when someone have that many heart issues and so many open heart surgery, and they're usually just have no energy, and they're just moving around lethargically and stuff. This man has now gone outside, started his garden, and all of these things, and that's why he think he could eat this this heavy laden flaxseed, because he said it's the best he ever felt. And the bioenergetics, what it does is that it stimulates back the energy, the ATP of the cells in the heart, so that the heart can just pump much freer. The blood mitochondria can clean up itself when the defense cells get all this great energy. And it's just funny because he was feeling so good and stuff. Yeah, he went out and said, "Man, I'm gonna get these Costco." He thought they were healthy snacks, and they're healthy snacks, but he had other issues that we still need to work on, and he knows that. But because he's feeling so good in his chest, he feels like, wow, I'm conquering it. And I must say, he's doing very well now.
But it could happen. I even made myself sick by accident because I was running for a few weeks where I was just eating a bunch of almonds because it was easy to pop in a bag, hit the road, and I'm running to a bunch of meetings. And before I knew it, my stomach had turned to a whole concoction of something. And I'm like, I'm having a tummy ache like a kid. And that went on for weeks. I mean, it really took a concerted effort to detox from those.
I just see Deion Sanders advertising California almonds for. I would think that's a big contract on the TVs, advertising eating more California almonds for fiber and health and stuff. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with almonds, but you have to get a special kind of almond. You have to get the one that the skin is being removed from there, because the skin is more damaging than the almond itself. What the skin has done, it has a high content of lectins, and those lectins will disrupt your gut flora, just disrupt them to the point where it will even cause leaky gut. So that's probably what you were experiencing there when you were eating so much of those almonds. You were getting lectins poison your gut. So lectin is one of those things that is naturally in plants, but it's the way the mother nature set it up so that they can defend themselves against insects. So when an insect bites certain plants that has lectins, like tomato, eggplants, almond, peanuts, all the legumes that you want to eat. Peanuts is a legume. It's not really a nut. Um, you get this disease of leaky gut and other problems, and that's what the problem with almonds. So you have to make sure all of these things are their skin is removed, they're baked and properly to kill out the lectins. And tomato, you have to peel it, get rid of the seeds. The same thing with eggplants, peel them, get rid of the seeds. Potato has them, you have to peel them deep and cook them. All the legumes, which is beans and everything, must be pressure cooked to get rid of the lectins. Else we're gonna have leaky gut, and all these guts that you see are just malfunctioning with size and everything else, and rolling and growing and causing all kinds of gut health issues. Is a lot of it is because of our favorite foods are full of lectins.
Exactly. Well, I want to tell people we have decided that we understand it's chaos out there in terms of trying to determine what to eat, when to eat, what's in the medicine and all of that stuff. So Dr. Oliver and I are going to be introducing a vlog called diningwithdoctors.com, and that show is going to come on every Thursday at 11 a.m. Pacific time so that we can broadcast around the world and begin to talk about this. We'll talk about some of the drugs, the ingredients, and the complications associated with those drugs. We'll dine at your favorite restaurant, so you'll be able to send us recommendations of your local diners where you're dining. We'll go and dine, check out the menu and ingredients, and try to help you understand what are healthier options. But to find out about not only dining with doctors and other things, mainly our wellness destinations, please check us out at 420wellnessjamaica.com. 420wellnessjamaica.com. And that's where you can begin your wellness journey and make sure that you're on the path to experience full life of 120
Thank
years
you guys
and
so
beyond.
much. Oh, yes, we thank you so much for all this information. We can go on. It's really great information.
I
Thank
know.
you. How we can get hold of you?
Well, you can get rid. One of the things I want to say before I go is just before we start this new venture on keeping restoring our health and getting healthy again, let's get rid of the old wineskin. That is that bad gut inflammation and so forth. So you can call me about that, cleaning up your gut so you can put in the new nutraceuticals that will make you healthy and live to those ripe old age,
Thank you.
super agers, becoming a super ager. My WhatsApp is, you can get me on the email 420wellnessjamaica.com, or you could just WhatsApp me directly, Dr. Oliver at gmail.com. Dr. Oliver Life. So DrOliverLife at gmail.com. Or you could just WhatsApp me on my UK number +44 777 679 4360. Again, +44 777 679 4360. That's my WhatsApp.
Thank you guys so much. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K to 12 entrepreneur. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024: NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean, Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milan Chennai Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car, I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector, I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you.
How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world.
Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combine both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. I am more than honored to welcome our next speaker. Her name is Toraya Howard. Toraya Howard launched her real estate investment company, Exquisite Dreams, in July of 2020 and became fully licensed as a real estate agent in January of 2021. Her passion for helping people has led her into coaching in financial literacy. She was born and raised in Detroit and went to Michigan State University, graduating with a bachelor's degree in 2003. After graduating, she decided to take her talents to education and received a master's degree in education from Wayne State University in 2007. From there, she moved to Champion, Illinois, where she taught high school English and coached girls in basketball. After leaving, she moved to Memphis, where she got married to Ronnie Howard. She is now the proud mom of three girls. And after 15 years in education, she decided to pursue her dreams in real estate. She's still in education, teaching middle school. However, commercial and business fundings has enabled her to reach and support more business owners. And she will soon be a licensed realtor in Michigan and a residential builder shortly. Her passion is to serve as many people as she can, working to redevelop the once forgotten neighborhoods. I am more than honored to welcome Toraya.
Hi, hello everyone. So grateful to be here. Thank you for that, Andrea. My name is Toria Howard, like she said, and
You're welcome.
I'm ecstatic. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome, Toraya. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Oh, where do I start? Where do I start? So, a lot of times when people think about their finances, it's a scary situation because it's so stressful. And I was one of those people who were who was caught up in the rat race and the societal norms of how to, how to look and how you're supposed to spend, and really was not financially literate. And I ended up having to fix my credit several times. And the last time I got in so much financial ruin, I ended up having three bankruptcies. I missed out on the opportunity to buy three properties for my business because of my poor personal credit. Now, I'm an educator, so I continuously educate myself. So I thought I knew what I was doing when I started my business. Now, I've been working since I was 11, but I've never been in the entrepreneur space. I didn't realize how important my personal finances were to my business because I was listening to all these gurus and all the people that were telling me, hey, you are, you can use business credit, you don't have to use your own money, and all of these different things that I heard. And we took that and we ran with it and spent a lot of money to build our business, but we built it in the wrong way because we didn't have a solid foundation. And when we lost that deal to buy those three homes for 300,000 and couldn't get anybody to finance us because of our personal credit, and we didn't have any money in the bank as well, it made me realize that I had a problem. Okay. And one thing that I figured out is a lot of times people skip over the fact of identifying the main issue when it comes to money, because we have a relationship with money. And you don't realize that until you really have to sit down and really reflect. So you know how you feel when you have money, you know how you feel when you don't. So you have a relationship and you have to figure out what is your problem with money before you can even think about fixing your finances. So your relationship is so important to identify what is really going on in your finances. So you have to identify first and foremost your money scripts, right? And what is that? What is money scripts? That sounds crazy, right? It's your upbringing, it's your experiences, it's your cultural influence that shape your beliefs about money, known as money scripts. That's what they are. So you have to understand these scripts, help recognize the patterns, and make conscious choices at this point. So for me, because I grew up in a situation where my parents were separated, they were divorced, so they didn't communicate with each other. And I had money coming from my mom, I had money coming from my dad, and I had a job. And we weren't rich, but I had any and everything that I needed and I wanted. I didn't want for anything. And I was going, as a teenager, I was going shopping every week with my friends, going out to expensive restaurants. I was doing all those things. I had a car, like all these things. And I took those same habits with me um, when I became an adult. And they didn't work out the same way because I had other things and bills that I had to pay. Because when I was a teenager and into my college years, I didn't have, rent and a phone bill and utilities and a car note and car insurance and all these things that we have as adults. And I realized that I was a spender. I spent everything that I had. I mean, I love to look good. So I love shoes and I love clothes, and the culture that I grew up in Detroit, like, and at the high school I went to, you had to be fresh. So I had to make sure I stayed on point. And I tried to keep up with that in my adult years, but I was spending a whole lot of money. And I had to realize that I got my spending habits from my mother because she's the same way, and my experiences, from being in around people who thought looking good was, worth everything. It really wasn't worth much when you look at the grand scheme of things. So you have to identify that part first. You have to figure out, where does this relationship with money come from? Where is it that you're getting these ideals from on how you spend your money, right? And then the next thing that you do is you figure out how your behavior patterns. What are your attitudes and behaviors towards money, and how it affects your financial decisions? Your behaviors affect the decisions that you make, because a lot of us are very impulsive. I know I can speak for myself. We are impulsive buyers and spenders. We get wrapped up in a lot of things that people show us that are new and shiny and everything. Hold on just one second.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
My apologies. Mom will be mom, okay? Mom. So, what I was saying, bringing it back, so you have to map out your behavior patterns, okay? So, you have to understand that your money affects your financial decisions. So, recognizing patterns like overspending, hoarding, or avoidance allowing us to address, them constructively. A lot of people don't understand that hoarding money is can be a problem as well because you're not making that money work for you. You're not making it move. Money is supposed to be a vehicle. You're not supposed to work for money. You're supposed to make it work for you. So, and a lot of people have an overspending problem because statistics tell us it's over 100 million people with, 580 credit score or lower, and then the credit card debt is in the trillions. So, you have to understand that overspending is a huge problem in our society. And that's a lot of times what happens. So you have to realize what those behavior patterns are so that you can address them from there. And then the emotional impact can be substantial. I know I was very frustrated when I would get paid today and be broke the same day. Okay. I don't know how many people have experienced that, but I've experienced that way too many times and way too often. And I made enough money. I made enough money. It's just that I was overspending on my credit cards in the wrong way. That when I had any disposable income, it was going directly to pay off debt that I had overspent. It's hard when you're an educator and you're making a certain amount of money, to go and you have 15,000 dollars extra in credit card debt. That eats up your salary. So I had to learn that, I can't feel any guilt or fear in it. But I did. I felt a lot of fear because I was just like, I don't know what to do. I felt a lot of guilt because I wasn't paying people because I didn't have the money. But when I was spending it, I felt a lot of satisfaction because it gives you a thrill to be able to get the things that you want and you can pay for it later, it seems. So that means that you go and continuously do the same thing over and over again until you look up and you just owe all this money to people and you like, oh my God, like how did I get here? Yeah, because it felt good when you were spending it and it was looking good and you were going on those vacations and doing all those things. But then here comes the fear and the guilt. And the fear and the guilt is what holds you back from changing that emotional impact that it's having. So you have to recognize those emotions to help you manage them effectively and make rational financial decisions. Because when you operating on fear, you usually operate on impulsivity. You either don't do anything about it because you feel like you can't do anything about it, or you just give up and there's no hope. So you just continue to live the way that you live. So you have to understand these are the steps. So the first step was identifying your money script, which is your upbringing, your experiences, your cultural influences. You have to understand where your belief system came about money because a lot of people don't realize that it is a belief system. Your behavior patterns. What is it that you do it that you're doing in your money, uh, in your money mindset that's keeping you from achieving the goals that you want to achieve? Are you overspending? Are you hoarding? Are you avoiding those type of things? And then how is it affecting you emotionally? Because stress can block you from seeing things and seeing clearly and making sure that you can figure out and find the solutions. So you have to recognize those three things first. And then the fourth thing is, once you figure out all of that, then you align with your goals. You have to have some alignment with your goals. So your relationship with money should align with your financial goals and your values. So what are you looking to do? Like, you always should have a goal for your money, right? And there is no right or wrong way as far as the goals for your money. It's your money, but you have to have a goal for it. You have to put it somewhere for it to work for you to increase whatever it is that you want to do. If you want to save for a vacation, if you want to save for a car, a home, a business, a lot of people don't even realize, like, before you start a business, you have to have some capital. You have to have some money because you have things that you have to do: marketing, websites, LLC formations. EIN is free, but all these other things that you have to do to set up, virtual offices, telephone numbers, setting up, email campaigns and doing these different things on these different websites. You have to be able to have some money to be able to do that. Now, it might be nominal, but you still have to have money that's outside of your regular expenses. So you have to have a goal for that and align it with your values and what you want to do, where you want to see yourself. So understanding this relationships ensure that your actions lead you to closer to your desired outcome, because that's what you want. What is it that you saving this money for? If it's a big trip that you want to go on, it costs. Listen, I love to travel. Okay, well, some of these trips are very expensive, and if you're white glove service like me, you want the best of the best. I would love to fly first class and lay down and do all those things, but still, all in all, if that's what I want, then that means I have to set a goal for that and be disciplined enough to set my mind to it. If I want to become a homeowner, that's what I did when I became a homeowner. I bought a house in 2010. I aligned my goals with my values and what I wanted to be at that time, which was a homeowner. And um, I stopped watching TV. I changed my TV service. I kept the internet. I took away the cable and all of that, and I sacrificed that same $200 that I was paying to the cable company. And I love TV, okay? But I had a goal, so I took that and I made sure that I got it directly taken out of my check and put into a savings account where I didn't have to transfer or touch it. Because if you know that you have a poor relationship with money and you're a spender, when you see that money and it's like extra, you will find a way to spend it. Like, oh, I need this, I need that, I need this. But I got to directly transfer to an account that I didn't have easy access to. And before I knew it, 10 months later, I had the money that I needed to purchase my home. Now, I had first time home buyer incentives. They've been around for a long time, and I was a teacher, so I used those incentives. So they, I was set up because I had that extra money to the side because I had to pay for my inspection, my appraisal, all these other things that come outside of the down payment and the closing costs you have to pay for. So I was able to do that by just being a little bit disciplined for a short amount of period of time. And that's just what I had to do because that was my money goal. So what is it that you can sacrifice? And it's only for a short time that you can do without for a little bit that you can set that extra money aside to do the things that you want to do wherever it is. If you want to start a business, you want to go on vacation, whatever that is, be a homeowner. I always stress home ownership and investing in real estate, but it's alignment with your goals. Even if you want to invest your money, you still might have an investment that you have to save up for. But you can start where you are, but you still have to have some type of nest egg. And also, savings is just for those things that you need in order for you to have a backup for when maybe unfortunately lose your job or you have to get your car fixed, out of nowhere. I know some of us ladies don't take care of our cars the way we need to, and we have those certain things that come up, tires, blown gaskets, all these different things, because sometimes we be such on the go that we don't pay attention to those things. So having that nest egg and that extra money there will negate you from overspending on credit cards, having to borrow money from payday loans and personal loans, doing all these things, right? And then the last thing is you have to find a long-term financial health. So all of these steps from identifying your money script, like where your money ideals come from, upbringing, experiences, cultures, influences, to your behavior patterns. Are you a spender or hoarder? To the emotional impact, like how do you feel when these things occur to you? Is it fear? Is it guilt? Is it satisfaction? Is it anger? And then having your alignment, having your goals align with your values and what you want out of life, that contributes to long-term financial health. So once you figure out all those things and you get from under that and realize what it is that is the problem that you have in your relationship with money, you'll be able to have long-term financial health. And that's what you want. So how do you do that, right? It starts with self-reflection, right? It starts with self-reflection. So take the time to reflect on your upbringing, your experiences and beliefs about money. Consider how these factors influence your financial decisions. Because a lot of times we get our patterns from our parents. Some parents taught us to hoard. Some parents were spenders. Some of our parents didn't have enough to do anything. So that is another thing that's a money block in people's mind too. Not just being the fear of running out and not having enough, which doesn't uh, allow you to take risks. And a lot of times people are afraid to invest and do those different things. They have money and they're afraid to, that's a poor relationship too. When you are afraid because you think you're going to run out and it's never enough. But what that comes with is education. And a lot of people miss out on everybody wants generational wealth, financial freedom, all these different things. But where's the generational education that comes from that? Financial literacy is not just a cliche term, it's a lifestyle. And you have to take it on as that. So you have to self-reflect on where these things come from. What is your beliefs, your experiences, your upbringing, right? So next when you do that and you figure that part out, you you know you come up with some action steps. Okay, you come up with some action steps. So what do you need to do next? One thing that you need to do is track your spending habits. You have to monitor your spending patterns to identify any areas of concern or potential improvements because the concern is the biggest thing. Like, where are you bleeding? Okay. And, where can you improve? Those are two main things that you need to do, right? And these tools, such as budgeting apps and different things, can help, with that process. And a lot of people think a budget is like a punishment. It's not a punishment. It's really for you to set your mind on looking at the blueprint of your life because it tells you exactly what you're doing. And you need to make sure that you factor in everything. Because a lot of times we know what's coming in, but we don't know what's going out. Because we set up automatic payments, we have subscriptions, we have all these different things that's just automatically, it's so easy for us. But then it don't be so easy when you find out it's a negative, or you have zero money left because you didn't track it, right? And we live in a digital age where things are so easy to us, and it's so easy to spend it and take it away and bring it to us. It doesn't matter. But think about, back, your parents, I don't know, depending on your age, but our parents, I know mine, they used to have checkbooks. That was the way that they tracked their spending because most of the time they had to write checks for their bills, checks for the grocery store. Money wasn't easy and accessible to just be swiping. Now there were credit cards, but a lot of our parents didn't use them. So, they still use their hard earned money. So they had to use a checkbook, and you had to write the check number, where the description of where you were spending the money, the amount of money that you spent, and then what was your balance, and then you had to subtract it. And that was written down. They did that, right? A lot. I know my parents did. And now it's even easier. They have so many budgeting apps that you can use, that you can have right on your phone. Or if you're a paper and pencil person, write it down. Where you need to know what part of the month things are coming out, how often you get paid, and how you can, move some things around. You might be overspending at the first of the month when you don't have to, and you might have some time that will give you some leeway in the middle of the month when you get paid again. So you want to track your spending so you can stop the bleeding and see where you can improve. That's the whole point. It's not a punishment. And you can add in the things that are non-negotiables. Like for me, I have to get my hair done because I don't know how to do it. you know, some people have to keep up an appearance. Like I have clients who are in the entertainment industry, so their budget has to include clothes and makeup and hair and nails. They have to, because when they make appearances, that's a part of their job. So they have to. I have to tell them they have to factor that into their budget. So whatever that non-negotiable is, and I'm not talking about bad habits. I'm just talking about things that that's essential for you to perform and operate in the things that you want to do in your work and your life. Okay. So you have to budget for those things and put it on there. If you have to get your nails done, you gotta if the hair done and all. If that's a non-negotiable, then put that in your budget. How often are you spending? How much and how often are you spending on these things? And our children are a bill. People don't even realize, if you do aftercare, daycare, they have sports fees. If they're in arts, they have art fees. I just paid for my $200 for my daughter to take a sewing class. Okay, so your children are a bill, so you have to put those. You have to factor that in too, and that will help you because if your child is a frequent sports person, it will factor in that you can budget that monthly. So if they play basketball, and in Michigan that's a winter sport for the boys, and a fall sport for the girls. So if I have a daughter and she's playing basketball, I know that she's going to have fees towards the summer. If she's going to do AAU, there's going to be fees. And when she goes back to school, there's going to be fees. I'm going to budget for that early. I'm going to put that in there. So about time it gets there, I already have it, and I'm not struggling to figure it out, or it's not the last minute. Sometimes, these children come to you with the last minute with stuff, but you got to stay on top of it. You ask, the right questions, get into whatever it is. Like, what is it that you have coming up so I can budget for it, right? So that needs to be in your budget. Your car maintenance needs to be in your budget. Like, how often you got to get your oil change, tires? Know how much, if you don't have a warranty on your car, how much is it going to cost to fix certain high maintenance things like an engine and transmission and all these things that they want to charge you for, right? Factor that in because we all know we got to pay our rent, our phone bill, our utilities. But what about and groceries, of course? But with that, how many of us, including me, go buy groceries, still go out to eat? That's a factor in bleeding. I'm bleeding money because I'm going to buy groceries, but because things happen, life be life. Okay, so you got to understand that sometimes you don't feel like cooking, but you have to prepare. So a budget lets you see all of these things, right? So you need to make sure that you are doing that, and it's tracking your spending habits. It's not a punishment. And then the next thing is for your long-term financial health is seeking feedback. So discuss your financial attitudes and behaviors with trusted friends and family and financial professionals. Like, go to people that are doing well and ask them, what are they doing? We don't have enough money conversations because of people are scared to have these conversations because people are embarrassed about their situation. But if because people are doing well doesn't mean they always have done well. I've seen so many millionaires, billionaires have said I was flat broke. One of the top performers in the financial literacy company that I'm in, he used to pick up trash on the side of the road for Miami-Dade County, okay? And he's a multimillionaire now. So how did he get from picking up trash to being a multimillionaire? Everybody doesn't come from money, even though they have money right now. So networking with the right people and seeking that professional help with people that are doing well, because they're not gatekeepers a lot of the time. Some people are, but a lot of these people are not, and they are willing to help you and give you advice. And then you should be having these discussions with your family first and foremost. I've been having money conversations with my daughter since she was 5 when she first started getting an allowance. I made her have a save jar, and I made her have a give jar, and then I let her spend the rest. So I let her live off of 80% because I didn't want to be too strict. And she had 20%, 10 had to go to savings, 10 had to go to giving back at the church. So whenever she got money, she had to put money in those jars. And she still has that same money habit now. Now she has a like a kid credit card, a cash app card, but I make sure that she only spends 80%. She has to save the 20. She's not comfortable doing the 70. So what I should have done is done the 70 up front. Then she would have got used to it. But I started off with the 80 because I'm nice. So it's the same thing. Having these money discussions with your children, because you give them money, have them not let them not spend all of their money. And then the money that you give them, make them buy the things that they need to see how they spend it then. Okay, they need toothpaste and lotion and all. Make them go to the store and spend the money that you have to spend on those things. I've done it. And they start looking at prices, start looking at ingredients, see what they can switch around. Yeah, that's what you want. So it's an educational thing every single time, right? And then with your friends, if you can't talk money with your friends, you're not good friends. Like everybody shouldn't be jealous or anything like that. Everybody should try to help each other. We discuss all these other things, but money needs to be that. So I know I have friends, I have a friend group of my University of Arkansas, because I did go to University of Arkansas. We have a group where we talk about investing, the stock market, all of those different things. So that's my group that I take my money challenges to, my investment talk to, and I also join in with a stock group. And we every other Monday we have discussions about the stock market, and all throughout the week. If we don't meet, we're sending publications, we're sending articles, we're sending videos, we're having these discussions, right? So it gives you, when you do that, it gives you a valuable insight on what you should do. Because the thing is, you need to do what works best for you and your family dynamic, because everything doesn't work for everybody. So you just have to go and explore and see what's out there, talking to different people, seeing what works for them, and see what bits and pieces you can take to infuse it into your family. And number 4 is educate yourself. We have to stop allowing people to just tell us what to do. I know it's a lot of things that are out there on the internet, Instagram, TikTok. There's a lot of people are educating us, right? But do you research those things after you hear it, or you just take it for a grain of salt and just go out and try it and do it? Or you just don't do nothing at all. You just like, that's a good point. Okay. So continuous education, about personal financial topics will keep you in the mindset of long-term financial health, because, excuse me, our world is changing. Our money is changing. Our money is changing to a digital currency. Our money is not backed by gold anymore. So you have to continuously educate yourself on your personal finances. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you will be to navigate your financial decisions. That's what knowledge gives you. Knowledge is what pays. And that's what a lot of people want to skip over, because we want it so quickly. We want it so fast. We live in this microwave society, and we forget about how important education is. I've learned so much from myself and my finances, it has been mind blowing what I didn't know. And I wish I would have known a lot of things when I had a lot of money flowing through my hands. Like when I was going to get my master's, I have two. When I was going to get my master's, my first master's and my second, all those 5-figure refund checks that I could have flipped and invested, I just spent it. Like on, I don't even know what it is. I don't even have any of that stuff anymore. And I, like just taking that debt and flipping it and making it more money, I could have been a millionaire, just thinking about it. But a lot, we don't think about it like that. We just think about what's going on at the moment. But I didn't have the education or the knowledge to know, like, hey, take this 5, 6, 7 grand that you're getting and invest in real estate or invest in the stock markets. I love the stock market, whatever it is that you want to, like, that interests you to invest in. But you educate yourself on that. I've educated myself on the stock market. I've educated myself on real estate. So those are the two things that I love, um, besides financial literacy. But find what works for you and what you love and invest in it, right? So education gets you better equipped. And then the last thing about having the long-term financial health is you set clear goals. Set clear goals for yourself. It cannot be diluted. It cannot be, cloudy. It needs to be clear. So define your financial goals and priorities. What is it that you want? What is it that you want out of life? What is it? How do you want to improve your life? And how is the money going to do that for you? So that is one of the things that long-term financial health does. Setting those clear goals shows you, it gives you financial priorities. So understanding what you want to achieve allows you to tailor your relationship with money accordingly. That's what you want. You want a tailor-made, tailor-made your relationship with money according to the life that you want to live. We all are tailors of our own life, and we have to look at it as such. We make the decision. We have the discernment. We know what we want to do, but sometimes the blocks of fear and guilt and anger about money and the things that we've learned about money is blocking us from living the life of our dreams. And you have to unlearn to learn. You have to unlearn to learn. Because a lot of the things that we were taught or not taught are affecting the way that we see things. So, lastly, what is the benefits of improving your relationship with money, right? There's benefits in this. I know it might have seemed like I was just talking about, restricting you, restricting, being strict and restricting you and all those things. No, it's all about improving your relationship with money, and there's benefits. So, one benefit is financial empowerment. Once you get a handle on this, you'll be gaining control over your finances and empowering yourself to pursue your aspirations and live the life of your dreams. That's what you want. And it's going to be on your own terms and nobody else's. You want that financial empowerment. It's going to give you a sense of freedom, especially when get to a point where you are seeing it. I helped a young lady who was adamant about never being a home. I'm never going to be a homeowner. I don't like credit cards. But when I broke it down to her how to use them and how to make them work for her, she did exactly what I told her to do. Her credit increased because she didn't have bad things on her credit. She just needed an increase because she wasn't using her lines of credit properly. Within 6 months, she was ready to buy a home. And she's like, I never thought that I'd be ready to buy a home. It took her 10 months because the program that she was in, it took her 4 months to save the money that she needed. And she became a homeowner in 10 months after us having that conversation. One conversation, me showing her how to empower her finances where she was. I didn't tell her I didn't give her any advice about anything or anybody else. I gave her the advice on what she can do for her at that moment, and it increased her in that moment, and she became a homeowner. That's what improving your financial relationship, it does. It empowers you to know that you can do more. Now she's like, I'm about to invest in real estate. I bought my first primary home. I'm gonna be in here for a certain amount of time. Now she's looking to invest in real estate. So, what are the other benefits of improving your relationship with money? It reduces stress. Life is already stressful with all the other things, but a healthy relationship with money can alleviate financial stress and promote overall well being. That's what you want because stress will kill you. And money stress can take you out of a lot of things. It destroys relationships, it destroys people's lives because people think they gotta, not only does it destroy your life because you figure, I don't have enough money, so I'm gonna go and get all these jobs. And you put all this pressure on yourself because you're stressed out about money. Or you stop spending time with your family and friends because you have to go out and make money. You missing out on things because you got to go out and make money, and you put all this pressure on yourself and you don't live the life that you need to live. So, and that wealth building and legacy planning, that's what the benefits of improving your relationship with money will do for you. So, I could talk all day, but I'm not. So I'm gonna turn it back to you,
Wow.
Andrea. And
Wow.
I appreciate this time. I really do.
Oh, yes. And we also appreciate having you here. Thank you so much for sharing that invaluable information. Can you share with our listening audience how they can get in contact with you?
Yes. You can get in contact with me. I'm on Facebook as Toria D. Burton Howard is my whole name. I'm on Instagram as Queen Coach T. And my Instagram, I do have my real estate Instagram, which is RE underscore with T. That's my TikTok as well. So I'm all over the place. My LinkedIn is my name, Toria Howard. You can find me everywhere. And I just wanted to add too, I'm in the running for a Supermom grant. So you can check out my social media pages for that. I would love to get some votes because I'm doing an initiative to help newly released individuals from incarceration find homes and also get the mental health and the job placement that they need in order to be viable in society. So that's what I'm going to use that grant money for. So I would love to get your votes as well. But I'm everywhere.
Well, thank you so much. We do appreciate you. We do appreciate your time. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I appreciate it. It's my pleasure.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K to 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So, we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Riche, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milan Chennai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studio, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high